Ladies and gentlemen, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Ay, ay, ay. What a day. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So apparently I have not been receiving any emails. Haven't really noticed it until Marnisha brought it to my attention and Kevin brought it to my attention that they're sending me emails and I didn't even realize it. So I just had a nice big long phone conversation because the email system that I use has to be filtered through the state. And apparently, the state had changed the email without notifying me that I got a new account. And so now I got to blast out an email to everybody to let you know that I got a new email account. And it's a rather long name, but I don't understand why they didn't notify me. The state didn't notify me. So I'm upset about it. And this will be the second time that this happened. The first time that they took my email down, I lost everything. All the transcripts from my students, all the student information, I lost everything. So I thought I would recover from that and make sure that the state knows that we can't have that happen again. And what do you know? It happened again. But
That's why when I was emailing you, I think I text you or whatever, and I kept getting your email saying delivery not sent. And it was like a lot of it. So I'm like, is he sending me important stuff and I'm not getting it? Or
I
you
had, I just, figured that my students were communicating through text. Not sending email. And there's a lot of marketing and so forth that for students that for my July class that probably have been trying to reach me as well. And I haven't been responding to them either. So it's very upsetting to find out. And they won't give me a reason as to why the site had to be shut down again. Last time they said it was hacked. So at least that was a valid reason, but they're not even giving me an excuse this time as to why they had to do it again. And so it's very, very disturbing. And I pay for this website. It's not a free website. I pay for this because it has to have filters and encryption to protect identity, students' identity, and everything. So I'm very upset that I pay for this site and now I find out they changed it on me without even informing me. So I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I just found out really today that from Ornisha and Kevin and Akila, obviously you had mentioned it, but it didn't dawn on me that I was having a problem with a site that I am paying top dollar for, that I would be having a problem with it. So very upsetting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to this class now. Now, you can record if you like. This is not part of the 75-hour class. Um, your monitors don't have to be on, but it'd be nice to know that I'm talking to you and not by myself because I don't really like learning a class when all the monitors are off. But again, this is for your benefit, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a math class. This is going to be things that you are going to have on your state exam. And so we'll have a little bit of input on this. Let's start with Unit 21, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to go to Unit 21. I said we would do Unit 21 on Math Day, and I want everybody to go to page 437, maybe 436. It's probably 437. And you're going to see that math concept, calculating prorations. Let me know when you get there. Unit 21, page 437.
I'm there.
Okay, very good. Let's go to the page before that, 436, and you see the arithmetic of prorating. Here's what you need to know, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way that you can do settlement without proration. You can't do it. You cannot close a deal without proration. So this is math that you're absolutely going to need in real estate. So it's going to be on your exam, and you're going to need to have it because it's got to be a division of expenses between the buyer and the seller fairly. And this division of expenses between the buyer and the seller is known as proration. So let's take a look at this. Accurate prorating involves the following four considerations: the nature of the item being prorated, whether an item is accrued and requires the determination of an earned amount,
I'm
Whether,
sorry, Warren, where are you? I'm trying to find you.
no problem, page
Is
436.
it 436?
Yep, and it should be the arithmetic of prorating in the middle of the page.
Is it accrued items? Go
No,
up.
above it.
Oh, arithmetic. Okay, thank you.
You got it? Okay,
Yep.
no problem. So the bullet points, the nature of the item being prorated, whether an item is accrued and requires the determination of earned amount, whether the item is prepaid and requires the determination of the unearned amount. So that'll be a credit. We're going to talk about credits and debits here, and what arithmetic process must be used. Now, the computation of proration involves identifying highlight yearly charge. I'm going to teach you how to use your three variables in math. Math is very easy. Once you understand the formula, once you understand the three variables in math, it'll be very easy. So the first thing I want you to highlight is yearly charge. The computation of proration involves identifying a yearly charge. I like that. For the item to be prorated. Then by dividing it by 12 months in a year, we determine the monthly charge. Highlight monthly charge. Also, it is usually necessary to identify daily charge. Highlight daily. So yearly, monthly, daily. We need these three variables in order to do our math right. So highlight that. Look at the first bullet point under that. Using this general principle, we are going to use the first bullet point. The yearly charge is divided by 360 days in a year. Even though there's 365 days in the year, we're going to be using what's called a statutory or a bank calendar. And it's based on 360 days, not 365 days. Okay? So your math usually is off if you don't understand this. Okay? So highlight the 360. Now, let's go to the next page and let's get into the math, that gray box. Math concept, calculating prorations. Assume a sale is to be closed on September 17th. What month is September? Is it the fourth month, the third month, the fifth month? What month is September?
The ninth.
The ninth month. Remember that, okay? So assume a sale is to be closed on September 17th. Using a 360-day year, prorate the current real estate taxes of $3,600 for the accrued period of 8 months. Didn't we just say that September's the ninth month? But notice that your math will be off because you don't understand this, because we're only 17 days into that ninth month. We're 8 full months complete and 17 days into the ninth month. So your math would be off if you don't understand this. So 8 months, 17 days. First, determine a prorated cost of the real estate tax per month, per day. Let's see if we can figure this out, ladies and gentlemen, using what's in the book. So our yearly taxes are $3,600. And what you need to know is yearly, monthly, daily. These are your three variables. Oh, shut this off. All right, sorry about that. And hopefully the rest of the lights are not interfering. Can everybody see the board? I got.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, good. It's a studio here. I got different lights, and some of them are reflecting off the board. Okay, good. So now we start off with this number, $3,600. This is our yearly taxes, as we can see in the book. And what we're going to do is we're going to divide that by how many months are in a year?
12.
Very good. So, as we can see in the book, if we divide $33,600 by 12, what do we come up with?
300.
$300. Very, very good. See, now we have our yearly and our monthly $300. Now we need to divide the 300 by how many days in a month?
30.
Every month. It doesn't matter if there's 27 days, 31 days, every month will be 30. And that's why we're using 360 days, not 365. So 30 days times 12 is 360. So we're going to be using 30 days for every month our calculation will be easy. All right. And if we do that, as you can see in the book, what does that give us?
10.
$10. $10. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you do your variables in proration. We're always going to have the first number to start out with. All right. Let's make sure we get it up high enough so everybody can see. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, very good. All right. So we're going to have $3,600 as we have in the book. That's our yearly. That's the yearly taxes. Then we got to break that yearly into monthly, 12 months in a year. That gives us $300. And then we take the $300 and divide it by 30 days in the month. That gives us 10 days. Now remember, our settlement is September 17th. September 17th. We always take one off of the month. So instead of it being 9, it'll be 8. This is where a lot of students will make their mistake because we're not done September yet. We're only 17 days into September. So we can't count it as a full month yet. So there's 8 full months completed and 17 days into September. So you need to remember to always take one off the month so that your math comes out right. So now this is our settlement date. We're doing September 17th. What we're going to do is we're going to come over here and we're going to take the month, $300 a month, multiply by how many months?
8.
Very good. And we're going to take the $10 a day, since we're making settlement on the 17th. We're going to multiply $10 a day by how many days?
17.
17. All right. So let's do that. All right. And you have it in the book. 1624, this would be $2,400. And 17 times 10, $170. Does everybody have the same numbers that I have?
Yep.
In the book. What we're going to do is add these two together. All right. The 24 and the 170. And what does that give us?
2570.
Very, very good. This number here, ladies and gentlemen, is debit to the seller. The seller owes this. The seller did live in the property for 9 months, but the seller paid $3,600 for the whole year. But the seller's only responsible for the $2,570. So we're going to take that $2,570, bring it up here, and subtract it from what the seller paid for the whole year. And if we do a subtraction, you take the $3,600 and subtract the $2,570, what do we come up with?
$1030.
$1,030 is correct. So we know that this is a debit to the seller. The seller owes this. But is this $1,030 a debit to the seller, or is it going to be a credit to the seller?
Be a credit to the seller.
That's right. The seller's going to get this back. The seller paid $3,600 for the whole year, but they're moving out in September. Would it be fair if I bought this property in March and I get to live tax-free for the next 9 months because the seller already paid the taxes for the whole year? Would that be fair?
No, but it'd be nice.
It would be fair. But would it be fair to you, the seller, that you're not getting that money back? You paid for the buyer for the next 9 months. So it wouldn't be fair. So the seller is going to get a credit. But who's paying this $1,030 to the seller? It's going to be the buyer.
I'm going to pay a buyer. Yeah.
So is it going to be a credit to the buyer or a debit to the buyer?
Debit to the buyer.
Debit to the buyer. So now, would it be fair if you bought the property in September and you had to pay $3,600 for the whole year, even though you're in the 9th month, you only got 4 months left? So in this situation, the buyer's buying the property in September, they're going to pay $1,030 in taxes, not the whole year, because they're moving in September. So the seller will get 1,030 back. The buyer pays 1,030. They complete their taxes for the whole year, and then the following year, the buyer gets the new tax 3,600. So proration is done by the day of settlement, and everything has to come out to the penny. I once had a settlement hold me up for 2 pennies. It took 60 days to close because it wasn't like I could just throw 2 pennies on the table and say, here you go. If the numbers don't come out to 0, there's a problem. We're missing something. And so you're going to see that our dollar and cents. But here's what you need to know. We need to know credits and debits when it comes to proration, because you're going to see that on your exam. I'm going to give you a couple questions soon that'll be on your exam. But they want to know what proration is, who gets the credit, who gets debited, how much is the credit, how much is the debit. And without knowing how to use this equation, without knowing your 3 variables, yearly, monthly, daily, you would never be able to do it. So what I'm going to be teaching you is the equation, the formula, the recipe. And I want you to follow this formula so that you can understand how to do the math. Okay? So this is the one that was in the book. Let's do another one that's not in the book. And let's see if we can get a better understanding of it. We're probably going to do this 3, maybe 4 more times, because this is probably the toughest of all the math that we're going to be doing. Proration, and then the other one is amortization. These are the tough ones. All the rest of the math is going to be very, very easy. But these are the 2 tough ones. But it's not that tough once you understand the recipe. And remember, 3 variables. If you understand the 3 variables, you can do your math. So let's do this. Let's say that the taxes are, let's go with $5,700, $5,700. Okay. And my board is still wet. But still wet. So let's get the droplets off. And let that dry. Let's use this one. So $5,700. $5,700. All right. And so now, yearly, monthly, daily. We already have our yearly, $5,700. All righty, running out of pens here. Boom. All right, $5,700. Go ahead. Any more here? Might have to change color soon. All right, $5,700. Now, what are we going to do, ladies and gentlemen?
Divide the 5,700 by 12.
12, very good. 12 months in a year. And I guess you already know that you're going to need a calculator. Let you guys with Shavants. And you guys can do
It was
this.
the 475.
Right. Let me double check it myself.
Mhm.
Correct. So $5,700 and divide that by 12 equals, yep, you're right, $475. $475. So now we got our monthly, $475. And now we're going to divide that 475 by what?
30.
40.
30 days in the month. And then what does that give us?
15.83.
33.
Okay, now notice your string of numbers. So you all can see that. 15.
Mhm.
Can you just do 16? Can
Okay.
you round it up?
Yes, but it will still be rounded down. It will be 1583. Once it goes above the 5, then it will go to the next set. So it is 1583. And
I was going to ask that. So if it's under 5, it goes below, and if it's over 5, it goes to the next one, right?
it does. That is
Okay.
correct. That is correct, depending on the string. And that's why I said we have to learn how to use the calculator, because it comes down to dollar and cents. We can't round anything off, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Everything has to be dollar and cents, right down to the last penny. Remember, I had a settlement hold me up for 2 pennies. So that's how important it is. Okay. Now, Somebody give me a settlement date. Give me any date. Give me a date.
20th.
10 oh.
Who's gonna say the 20th? I said the 20th.
The 20th of what?
December.
12/20. December 12/20. All right. There's our settlement date, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good date to work with. Now, so here's our settlement, December 20th, right?
Yeah.
And guess what I just did? What was I supposed to do?
Make it the 11th.
There you go. Take one off of the month, ladies and gentlemen. Because if you don't do this, your math will be wrong. Because we're only 20 days into December. So it's not 12 months yet. We still got 10 days, 11 days to go before it's 12 months. So it's 11 full months and 20 days into the 12th month. 11/20. We'll see how this works in a little bit. So now we got our 475, and we're going to multiply this by how many months?
11.
11. Very good. And then we got our 1583, and we're going to multiply that by what?
20.
20 days. Very, very good. Let's do that, ladies and gentlemen. 475, multiply that by 11. Tell me what you come up with.
55, 41, 60.
Got a different number. Let me check my numbers again.
Oh, no, she was doing a total.
5,200.
For a monthly,
Is it
it's
a subtract? You can subtract.
5,225.
Okay, so 475, multiply it by 11 months. What is our number?
5,225.
I got
Mhm.
5,225. Is that what you got?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very good. 5,225. Very good. And now let's take the 1583 and multiply that by 20 days.
3166.
$316.60.
60 cents.
Yeah.
Make sure you know how to read that decimal point. So we got $316.60.
Mm-hmm.
$316.60. What do we do with these two numbers?
Adam,
Add them together.
I missed it. That's the.
Mm-hmm.
Do you add that zero when you do? I mean, like it would just be the 30. Like,
So the
'cause I see the decimal there, so it's like just 300 and 316.
Put in the zero, the decimal 00, unless you want to.
Okay. Okay.
So it's up to you.
Okay.
And not do it or do it. But if it was 10 cents, 20 cents, 8 cents, you would have to make sure that it's exactly after that.
Okay.
Is double zeros will automatically come up. So we add these two together, the $5,225 and the $316.60. What do we come up with?
$5,541.60.
Right? $5,541.60.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now,
Mhm.
again, ladies and gentlemen, what is this 5,541.60?
It's the debit to the seller.
Good, excellent. Debit to the seller. We know that the seller owes this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this number and subtract it from this number, $5,541.60. Now we subtract what we paid for the whole year.
158.40.
$40.
What is it again?
158.40 cents.
40 cents, right?
Yes.
All right, very good. And minus 5,700. That's it. Yep, 158.40 is correct. Very good, ladies and gentlemen. So we now know that this is a debit to the seller, this number here. Is this 158.40 a debit to the seller as well, or is it a credit to the seller?
Credit.
Credit to the seller.
Credit to the seller. The seller is moving out.
Debit to the buyer.
But there's only 11 days left. That means the seller's getting back $158.40 of their $5,700 because there's 11 days there. And that means the buyer is only paying $158.40 for the taxes for the remaining 11 days before the new year comes along. So who's paying the $158.40?
The
The
buyer.
buyer,
So is it a credit to the buyer or a debit to the buyer?
a debit.
Debit to the buyer.
Debit to the buyer. Very, very good, ladies and gentlemen. So you can now see using this equation, using your yearly, monthly, daily, once we have these three numbers, then all we need is a settlement date. With the settlement date, we can multiply it by the month and the day to figure out what the seller is responsible for and what the seller gets back and what the buyer has to pay. Without the settlement date, we wouldn't be able to use it. Let me do another one and I'll give you a date, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do another one real quick. And let's see if we understand this. Because I'm going to give you a chance to do one your own, because I want you to be prepped for the exam. So this is the tough one, but you guys seem to be doing pretty darn good already. So remember, these are our three variables that we're looking for. All right. So let's do this. I'm going to do two more because I want to do a mansion and then I want to do one with a particular date. So let's do the mansion first. Let's just say that the taxes on this property are $36,900 a year. Taxes. All right. Cost to be boss, huh? $36,900 a year in taxes. Boom. What do we do? What's next?
We divide that number by 12.
Very, very good. Very, very good. See the equation? See how easy this is so far? Doesn't matter what the numbers are, as long as we know the pattern. So 36,900, divide that by 12 equals, what do you got?
$3,075.
Everybody, I know some of you are not using your calculator as fast as Ochera. And so I want to make sure that you're not being cut out here, ladies and gentlemen. So I want you to take your time. I want to make sure that you're using it, because the next math that we're going to do, you're definitely going to need to know how to use the calculator. So take the 36,900, divide that by 12, and tell me what you get, ladies and gentlemen, because Ochera's got it. Ochera, let them answer a few questions, because you're a whiz at it. You got this down.
3,075.
3,075. Very, very good. 3,075 even. And that'll go here to the monthly. 3,075. Now, ladies and gentlemen, because I know Ochera knows, what do we do with this $3,075?
Divided by 30.
Divided by 30. Very, very good. Very, very good. And so take the $3,075 and divide that by 30. And tell me, ladies and gentlemen, what answer do you get?
102.5.
Say that again.
102.5.
Okay, so I need to hear dollar amounts, not 102.5. How much do we have in dollars?
$102.50. Is it 100? Yeah, and 50 cents. Sorry.
Get used to it, because we're going to be dealing with our money soon, and we want dollars and cents. So it's $102 and
50 cents.
very good. It's $102.50. $102.50. Very good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, somebody give me a settlement date, any date.
October
July
2nd.
October 2nd.
Yes.
Happy birthday. All right. All right. So October 2nd, that would be 10. So that means we're going to take 1 off the 10. 902. Correct? October's the 10th month?
Yeah.
Always taking 1 off of that. So that'd be 902. Very good. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take this 3,075 and we're going to multiply it by what?
9.
9 months. 9. Very good. And then we're going to take this daily 102.50 and times it by how many?
Two
Two.
days.
And let's do that.
$102.
3,075 dollars. Multiply that by 9. Tell me what we get.
27,675.
Very good. 27,675 dollars. Very good. Boom, boom. And now take the $102.50 and multiply that by 2.
$205.
You're right. But I'm very, very slow. Let me see. You are correct. $205. Right? Now, what do we do with these two numbers?
Add them.
Go ahead
Add
and
them together.
tell me what we come up with.
27,880.
$27,880. Very good. You know that this is debit to the seller. So what do we do with this number here?
You take that and subtract it from the 36,900.
Beautiful. Let's do that. $27,880 subtracted from the 36,900. Somebody give me an answer.
9,020.
9,020 dollars. This $9,020 a credit to the seller or debit to the seller?
A credit.
Credit.
Credit to the seller. This 27,880 debit to the seller, credit to the seller?
Debit to the seller.
Debit to the seller. And then who's paying the $9,020?
The buyer.
Credit to the buyer or debit to the buyer?
Debit to the buyer.
Very, very good. See how easy this is, ladies and gentlemen? All we needed was our first number, which was 36,900. And our three variables, yearly, monthly. Once we did this, we took that number, divided it by 12, took that number, divided it by 30. That gave us the three equations that we needed: yearly, monthly, daily. With this, all we needed was a settlement date, the correct settlement date. And from the settlement date, we can now multiply by 9, because it's the 9th month, not the 10th, by 2, because it's the second day of the month, and add it together. That will give us our debit. Subtract it from the original number. That will give us our credits and our debits. I'm going to do one more, ladies and gentlemen, because you guys got this, but I want to do this one because of the date that we're going to use. Right?
Warren,
Yes.
during the testing, will they allow us to use pen and paper?
I'm not sure about the pen and paper, but you will be allowed to use a calculator. Now,
Okay.
the question is, what type of calculator will they let you use? You're not going to be allowed to take your phone. Your phone will have to go into a locker. So they'll probably give you a calculator. And if you ask for pen and paper, they will supply it. They won't give it to you automatically. You would have to.
What about online?
Say it again?
What about online? Like mine is scheduled for this Friday, but I'm online.
So what is your question?
Am I allowed to use a regular calculator because I'm not in a facility? I'm doing it online.
Regular calculator with you, and they would approve it. They'll let you know if you can use it or not.
They
And
also, not to cut you off, Warren, they also do have it available on like the test, like on the page itself. You got the option of like a whiteboard calculator and everything on the same screen as the test.
that's interesting.
Okay, thank you.
They
You're
didn't
welcome.
have that back in my day. So that means you got an online on the screen calculator.
Hmm.
You have whiteboard, pen and paper online that you're going to use. Is that what you're saying, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The chair is now a licensed real estate agent. She passed her exam. And so she is a homeowner. She,
Congratulations.
Thank
Congratulations.
you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
right? And she made a lot of progress in this time that she started this class. From starting a class, getting her own home, buying her first home, getting her real estate license, and now she's got her first client. She's working with her first client as well. And so, congratulations to you, Jerry. You're coming a long, long way.
Thank you.
Now, one more, ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure you understand it, but I want you to notice the date. So let's just say that in this situation, the taxes are, let's just say $9,650. All right, let's do it a little bit different number. So again, yearly, monthly, daily, 9,000. Because again, as I said, it doesn't matter about the numbers as long as you know how to do the equation. And the settlement date is going to be January, let's make it January 12th. So if we're taking, what month will we be using? Since we're taking one off of the January, because January is the first month, and we take one off of that,
No, you're not going to be using a month.
that'll be zero. Very good. Because it's January 12th that we're making settlement, so it'll be zero because we take one off the one. All right. So very good. So now let's do it because we know by now how to do it. 9,650 divided by how many?
360.
Try it again.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12.
Oh, that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. 9,650 divide that by 12 equals. That's an interesting number. Tell me what you come up with.
$804.16.
Well, to be round off to the next penny, over the fives.
50.
That's right. So it'll be $804.17.
Where's my ticket?
So I have a question for you.
Sure.
If we're doing it by 12, that would be 12 months, right? Not 12 days, because we wanted to get it down to the day or to the month.
Yeah, to the month, but we're not there yet. So
Oh, okay, I get it.
because we're still doing
Okay.
it. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So 9,650 divided by 12, that'll come out to $804.17.
Six,
Because the thread
17.
is 166666.
So it's 17.
Goes to the next penny. Correct.
What did you say again when you said it was 5? If it was 5, it's over.
If
If
it's
said
5
around.
above, we're going to go over to the next.
it's 5 above.
Or if it's 5 and below. The 5 is the kicker.
Okay.
5 is the kicker. So it can stay there. It depends on the last number of the thread of the 5s. So notice the last number of this thread is a 7. So all 6s with that last number is a 7. That means that they're all
Right.
6s and 7 that goes to the next penny. But if it was all 5s and that last number was a 7,
Mm-hmm.
it would go up. If it was all 5s and that last number was a 2,
It'll go down. Okay.
and that's why you got to learn how to use the calculator to know the next penny.
Okay.
Important. So 804.17. Now we divide this 804.17 by what?
30.
30. Yeah, 30. Right? That by 30, and what do we get?
$26.80.
All right. Now notice the thread. All 5s, and what's that last number?
It's 5?
A 6.
Oh, it's
So you
6.
gotta
Oh, 6. It's 6.
What does that mean?
round up.
Yeah.
Round up, so it'd be $26.81.
1 cent.
Okay, very good. So $26.81. Put that here, $26.81. Very, very good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take this 804.17 and we're going to multiply it by how many months?
None.
0.
Zero.
9?
Nope.
Oh, none. Okay, 0.
And then we're going to take this $26.81 and multiply it by how many days?
12.
12.
12. Very good. And what do we come up with? 804.17, multiply that by 0. What does that come out to?
$321.60.
No.
Or
Wait a
0.
minute. What did you do with the 0? I'm
oh
sorry.
wait, you said by 0?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. He lost me.
0.
Okay, do it again. 804.17.
Oh, 0. I thought you were down one.
So you're doing that by 0, 804.17 by 0?
Yep.
Wait, we didn't do by 30 or we did?
We already did 30. That's 20.
But we doing it again, but by 0.
Yes, because we already have our 3 variables. We got our yearly divided by 12. We got our monthly divided by 30 gives it our daily. So we got our 3 variables, our yearly, our monthly, our daily. Remember I had you highlight that in the book?
Right.
Yearly, monthly, daily. So we got that. Now we need a settlement date. Our settlement date is January 12th. But since I already taught you how to take 1 off the month, 1/12, it wouldn't be January 12. It would be take 1 off of 1,
0.
0. Very good. So now no months. It's 12 days into January. So 804.17. Now we got that number here. Multiply that by 0.
Or 0.
0. That is exactly right. Never understood that, but that is exactly right. So 804.17 multiplied by 0, 0. Now take the 2681 and multiply it by the 12 days.
321.72.
Does everybody have that same number?
Yeah.
$321.72.
Yes.
With these two numbers,
321.
$321.72.
67 cents.
So now what do we do with these two?
Yeah, I have 67.
Done it for the.
Okay,
Yeah, I do too.
let me see.
What she said?
Okay, see? That's why you always want to double check your numbers. So 2681, multiply it by 12.
Got 321.72.
It's 321.72 or.
All right.
Yeah.
That's what I got. Yeah.
Okay, 2681, multiply it by 12. And I got 321.72.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
No, I know what I did wrong.
that's okay. That's why we double check our numbers. Very good. So now what we're going to do is add these two together. Which 321.72 plus 0?
321.
21.72.
That one there we got. Debit to the seller. Now we take that number, $300.72, and we subtract it because the seller's selling the property on the 12th day of January. So what do we get?
$9,328.28.
$9,328.28.
Yes.
We have as well $9,328.20.
What did you do with the 321.72?
Subtract it.
From our original number, the 9,650.
Got you.
Okay. And so we subtract that number from our original number. That gives us 9,328.28. We already know that this is a debit to the seller. Is the 9,328.28 debit to the seller or credit to the seller?
Credit to the seller.
Credit to the seller's going to get that back. 12 days ago, they paid the taxes for the whole year, $9,650. But they're selling the property 12 days later. That means they're going to get back $9,328.28 of that $9,650 because they owe for the 12 days that they lived there. And the buyer is not going to pay $9,650 for the year. They're moving in on the 12th day. The buyer's going to pay $9,328.28. So it'll be a debit to the buyer. This is called prorations, ladies and gentlemen. And there's no way that you could do prorations. There's no way you could do settlement without proration. Would it have been fair if I bought this property on the 12th day after the seller just paid the whole taxes for the whole year, and I buy the property on the 12th day? Would it be fair that I get the property for the remaining part of the year for the next 11 months free of charge because the seller already paid their taxes for the whole year?
No.
So
No.
you need to understand the credits and the debits and who gets money back, who owes, and this is called proration. Now,
Okay, proration.
proration, as you can see in the book on page 437. Page 437, proration. That is what this math is called. And again, as I said, not only do you need it for your exam, but you need it for your real estate. You can't close a deal without it. In your chat,
Which page did you say we were on? I'm sorry. I've got a new laptop.
437. And you should have math concept, the gray box.
Okay.
All right. It would look like this. Math concept, that gray box there. Calculating prorations. It's not 437, it might be 436, depending on your book. But you should see a math concept in a gray box. Calculating prorations. So you see it?
Yeah, it's on my cell phone.
Okay, no problem. Not a problem. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a test question. Will everybody say hello to me, please, in your chat?
I don't know how.
All right. Kevin, Tyann, Lexus, Alyssa, Akila, Marnisha, Malaya, Danielle, Melinda. Anybody's name I didn't call it? Rose. Very good. Sabrina. Very good. Everybody good? All right. All right. 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give you a test question and see how well we do on this here. Hold on. Let's do this, and then let's do this, and let's do this. School classes and math class, and let's do this. Let's open this up. Apologize, it should have been opened. Give it a second.
How many math questions are on the test?
Oh, now that depends. You're going to get 4 different algorithms. So if you take the exam the first time, chances are you'll have anywhere from 5 to 7 math questions. If you don't pass, you take it again, you'll have again maybe 5 to 7 math questions. It is the algorithm 3 or C that gives you 7 to 10 math questions. And ironically enough, we usually pass our exam on the 3rd try. And algorithm 4 will probably be 5 to 7 math questions. So expect anywhere from 4 to 7 math questions. Okay. All right. This is going to be one of those questions that you're probably going to receive in your state exam. So let's make sure I get this, everybody. So it goes to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, there is your math question. Take a moment. Let's see if you can use the equation on the board. Let's see if you can figure it out. Take your time. Read the question. Don't let your brain get boggled. That's conditioning. If you start to get confused and you can't process, you already know how to do this. You already have to do the yearly, the monthly, the daily. Got the settlement date. Don't get too boggled. That's conditioning. You're holding yourself back. Take your time.
Warren, which one we doing?
You're back to the same page of 437.
All right.
Well, are we doing the
Nope.
one that you have on the chat?
You're doing the one in the chat.
Okay.
So I gave you a chat, the question in your chat.
Okay.
That's the one that you're doing. Yep. Everybody has the question in their chat.
Yep.
Say hello to me. So we should have it. Very good. Easier from here. This is the toughest math. After this, things get a little easier. When you get a chance, answer the question in the chat, A, B, C, or D.
And that would be 12.
I got a couple answers so far.
What is going
One more minute, ladies and gentlemen. I know your brain's probably getting a little frazzled. Take your breath. For us.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, so I gave you a question. Annual real estate taxes are $1,800 a year. $1,800 a year. A year. What we got yearly? our yearly $1,800. We're going to divide that by
12.
very, very good. And then what does that give us?
150.
150.
$150. Very good. $150. And then we divide the 150 by what?
30.
And what does that give us?
5.
5 days.
See how easy this is so far?
Mm-hmm.
So now we got our yearly, monthly, and daily. Took the 1,800 divided by 12, 12 months in a year. Then we took that 150 divided by 30, 30 days in the month. That gave us our three variables. Our settlement date is June 15th. Is that 6/15?
5.
550.
15. Very, very good. 5/15. So we're going to take this 150 and multiply it by how many months?
5.
5.
5. And we're going to take the 5 hours and multiply it by how many days?
15.
15.
Very good. And what do we get? 150 times 5.
750.
And 5 hours times 15 days.
75.
If we add these two together, what do we come up with?
825.
Look at that. See how easy this is? $825. And we know that this is a debit to the seller. So take that $825 and subtract it from the 1,800. And what does that give us?
975.
And so is this 975 a debit to the seller or credit to the seller?
Credit to the seller.
And we know that this is a debit to the seller. And that means this will be a debit to the buyer. So it will be 975 credit to the seller, 825 debit to the seller. Using this equation, which answer is correct?
C.
C is the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very good. Because we need to understand debits and credits for this answer. If you use this equation, then you'll be able to do proration. No problem. Any questions about this? 3 variables: yearly, monthly, daily. If you can do your 3 variables, the rest of the math comes easy. That's what you did. Divided by 12, divided by 30, got your yearly, monthly, daily. All we needed was a settlement date. We needed to do is multiply it by the months, multiply it by the day. That gives us a debit, subtract it, and it gives us our credit. Use this equation, ladies and gentlemen, and you will be fine with your proration. The next one that we're going to be doing is amortization.
Mr. Warren, can I just ask one question?
Absolutely.
Because I think I did it. The first step, we're multiplying then dividing, or dividing then multiplying.
Nope. And here's the equation. It's going to be divide, multiply, add, subtract. That is going to be your equation. So
Okay.
once again, divide, multiply, add, subtract. So you'll start with the first answer. Divide by 12, divide by 30, divide. Then you're going to take those answers and then you're going to multiply by the month, multiply by the day. So divide, multiply. Then you will add both those numbers together and then subtract it from the original number. So the equation is divide, multiply, add, subtract.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Remember, it's 12 months in a year, 30 days in a month. No matter how many days are in the month, it's 30. Right?
So for the, I get it all except that second divide. We divide the overall total by
And
the
then
months, and then you divide the months by the,
Mhm. So you would take the number, let's just say it's $1,000,
yeah,
okay? $1,000, divide that by 12,
uh-huh,
then that answer we would divide by 30.
by 30. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. And so 12 months, and that will give us our yearly, monthly, daily. $12,000. You know what? Let's make it real easy. Let's make it $1,200. Okay, $1,200 divided by 12 is 100 hours. Boom. Right. Yep. And divide that by 30. What do we get? 1,200 and 100. And then 100 divided by 30. Right?
$3.33.
$3.33. Thank you. 33 cents. There's our three equations. Divide, 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 divide. So we take the number, divide it by 12 to give us our monthly, divide it by 30 to give us our daily. Now we take a settlement date. Let's just say May 14th, January, February, March, April, May is the 5th month, so it'll be 4/14. Always taking one off of the month. And that means now we would multiply 100 by 4, $400. 333 times 14, $33.03 plus another
$46.62.
what is it?
$46.62.
Very good. Now, so we did divide, multiply. Now we're going to add $446.62. Debit to the seller. And then we're going to subtract 446.62.
$753.38.
700.
Yes, $753.38.
There you go. Credit to the seller, debit to the seller, debit to the buyer. So that is the equation. Divide, multiply, add, subtract. Questions, comments?
Mr. Warren, after the 100, like between where the 30's at, is there a multiplication sign there? Because I can't really see because it's like the light is there. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Okay, so after 100, this is a divide. Might not be a nice looking divide, but that's divide. Divide by 30, 30 days in a month.
Okay, I see it now.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're very welcome. And that'll give us our three variables. The 2 divide gives us our three variables. Gives us our yearly, monthly, and daily. Once we do the 2 divides to get our 3 variables, now we multiply settlement date, month, and day. Multiply the month by the number of months, multiply the day by the number of days. Once we do that, we add the 2 numbers together. That tells us the debit to the seller. Seller's responsible for that number there. We take that number and subtract it from our original number of $1,200. And that will give us the credit that goes to the seller.
So every time we do this, it's automatically for the seller. This is the seller's numbers, or
Well, in this situation, it's debit to the buyer as well. So the 753.38 is a credit to the seller, but it's a debit to the buyer as well. So the question could have asked you, instead of the credit to the seller, debit to the seller, it could have asked you what would be the credit to the seller, what would be the debit to the buyer. Depends on the question. My question related to the seller.
It would be the same equation if it was for the buyer.
It would.
Okay.
Here's what I want to do. We're going to do one more. I'm going to do it on the board. You guys are going to figure it out yourself. Right? Let's do that. So I'm not going to put it in your chat. I'm going to put it on the board and see if you guys can do it. And here's what I want you to do. First things first. In the chat, I want you to first tell me the monthly number, and then I want you to tell me the daily number in my chat. Okay? So let's do this to see how well you guys do, and we'll do it step by step. Because I want to make sure that you have it, but I don't think you're comfortable yet. So I want to get you in that comfort zone. So let's do this. So let's just say that let's start this off where the taxes are. Let's make the taxes 9,000 and these damn markers. Let's make the taxes $9,500, something easy. $9,500. The taxes are a nice round number. $9,500. Right? $9,500. I'm sorry about my marker running out of ink. $9,500. Can everybody see that? $9,500. $9,500. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Monthly, daily. We already have the $9,500 as our yearly. Now, what I want you to do in the chat is tell me what the monthly and the daily is going to be. And you understand it? I want to see somebody else give me some answers. I want you copying the other students' answers. I want you to figure it out. How do you come up with the monthly and the daily? X is very good. Melinda, check your numbers, your last tail. Keela, your numbers are slightly off. Remember, dollar and cents, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important that you understand the dollar and cents. So I can tell you right now, Keela, you're off by 7 cents on your monthly. You're off by a penny on your daily. Melinda, you're off by a penny on your daily. On your monthly, I mean.
I'm still off.
Still off by a penny. So
Okay. You know how like I just want to make sure that I can round. Oh, I'm sure I can round.
Right.
7 9. So because of that 7 at the end, am I going to make that 1 a 2? Or because I'm so used to like.
Yeah, no, because that's 7 at the end there.
So would that be? It wouldn't be like 791.77, right? Will
No,
be 7.6.
it'll be
I thought
6.7.
6.7. Oh,
Because you're rounding it off to the nearest penny. So it'd be $791.67.
67 cents.
Right.
Okay.
Because of that string of numbers, 6, but you got all those sixes and a 7 at the end.
Yeah.
That last number 6 will go to the next penny. So that would be, divide that by 12.
Why can't I get that?
$791.67.
Okay. So would my daily be $26 and a regular just I did 39 cent, but
And you would be correct.
okay, all right.
$6.39, rounding
Okay.
off the next penny.
Okay.
Remember, I had a settlement hold me up for 2 pennies. It's very important that you understand the pennies here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think because when I do math, I round up a lot because of that decimal, but
Right?
all right.
Not anymore.
Right.
No dollar and cents. And that's why it's important to understand the decimal. And so now if we divided that by 30, that would give us $26.39.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It says $26.39. So now we did this part. Divide. See how we came up with these numbers?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we're going to do a settlement date. Let's say the settlement date is going to be, let's do June 14th. Flag Day, but it's also in the middle of the year. So June 14th would be that. Would it be 6/14?
No, it'll be 5.
5. Remember, take
Yeah, 5/14.
always. So now we did our divide. Now we need to do our multiply and our multiply. We're going to multiply the monthly 791.67 by how many months?
5. Okay, 5.
Good. And then we're going to do the 26.39 daily by how many days?
14 days.
This is our settlement date. June 14th is our settlement date. It's got to be right to the day. So now do that, ladies and gentlemen. And in your chat, tell me what we have for the monthly and the daily. Alexis, Diane, good. Sabrina, good. No question mark. You're right. Good. Very good. You guys got that? So we multiply the 791.67 by 5. We will come up with $3,958.35. What do we get for the daily? In your chat? Very good. Very good. You guys are getting a dick now. Very good. 369.46 is what I get too. 369.46. So now we just did our divide. That gave us our 3 variables. Now we just did our multiply and our multiply. Now what do we do with these 2 numbers?
Add them up.
Add them together.
Very good. Add them together. Let me see some answers in our chat. There you go. Danielle, very good. You're off. Your numbers are off, Danielle. Check your numbers again. I'll check my numbers again because I could be off. Let me double check my numbers as well. Okay. So either you're all copying the wrong answer, or somehow or another you're all making.
This is where I get confused, Mr. Nelson.
Okay, so now what we're doing is we're adding. We got $3,958.35, and we got $369.46. We're adding these two together, just as you see it. $3,958 decimal point 35 plus $369 decimal point 46 equals what?
Can I say it out, or is it a 4,327.81? First I did 43.
$327.
That's what I got too.
Yeah, I got 4,000.
Okay, you guys were all correct, and I was wrong. My numbers were
I
incorrect.
had to fix my comma.
Okay, but that's okay. So you guys were all correct. You had the right answer. I was wrong. So I had to check my numbers. $4,327.81. You guys were correct. Now, what do we do with this debit to the seller number?
You subtracted from the yearly.
Very good. $4,327.81. Boom. You subtract that from the $9,500, what do we get?
$5,172.19.
Now, how do we know this number is correct? How we can cross-reference this is if you add it. If you add the 5,172.19 to the 4,327.81, it should equal $9,500. So now you're doing it backwards. So you subtract it to get an answer. Now take that answer and what you subtracted, add them together to see if it comes back to 9,500. That way there you can always check your numbers to make sure it's correct.
Yeah.
Right, there you go. And so now we got this. We now know that this is a debit to the seller. And now that we subtracted it, we now know it's a credit to the seller, debit to the buyer. And once again, it was divide, divide. Give us our three multipliers. Then multiply, multiply. Then after that, add. And then subtract. And if you follow this equation, this recipe, this formula, exactly this way, you will always come up with the right number. Anytime we take a shortcut, we might make a mistake. If we forget to take one off the month, our numbers will be wrong. If we try to just do it by 360 days, we'll be off by a couple pennies. This is the equation that we use for proration. Dollars and cents, ladies and gentlemen, very, very important. You got to get used to that decimal point. We cannot round off when it's other people's money or our money, for that matter. Unless we're donating it. Would you like to donate your change? And so, yeah, well, no, I don't want to donate my change. I want to round it off and that. So no. So I want my 33 cents. It's my money.
The Chinese people want their change, so I don't see why not.
You know what? It adds up fast.
Yeah.
Good way to save by throwing your change in a jar and cashing all that change in. Now, of course, if you're somebody like me who dabbles in gold and silver and coins, I'm always looking for coins that might have greater value before I take it to a coin machine and change all my change in, but that's me, Mr. Miser. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, go to page 170, and we're going to be doing amortization.
You said 170.
170 in your book, yep.
What chapter is that?
And that would be chapter 11.
Okay.
Chapter 11. Now, math gets easier. Proration was the toughest of them all. And now you know how to do proration, so it's not tough anymore.
Okay.
But this next math, we just did prorations. Now we're going to be doing amortization. And this is something you're going to work with every day, ladies and gentlemen. It's not like you just need it for the exam and you'll never see it again. Every day you're going to work with this. Let me know when everybody's there at page 170. I think it's 170. It could be 169. You're
It's
looking at
169. If you're going into the gray box.
in that gray box, that math concept. Let me read it. Amortized principal and interest payments. A lender applies a portion of each amortized payment to interest first, and then the remainder of the payment to principal. We talked about this in the class. The amount that is applied to interest for any one installment payment is calculated by computing the total yearly interest on the unpaid principal balance and then dividing that figure by the total yearly interest on the unpaid principal balance for the number of payments made each year. For example, if the current outstanding loan balance is $70,000 and the interest is 7.5% per annum means per year, all right? And the constant monthly payment is $489.30, the principal and the interest on the next payment would be computed as shown. So here's what the question's asking. The question's asking, out of your $489.30 a month payment, how much is going to interest and how much is going to principal? That's what the question is asking. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. We have a $70,000 loan. $1,000 loan at 7.5% interest. And here's going to be our three variables here. Our three variables are, and the book is telling us that our payment will be $489.30. So we already have that, $489.30. And then interest and principal. These are our three variables with this equation. Not might be as easy as yearly, monthly, daily, but we need to know. The question is, out of this $489.30, how much is going to the interest and how much is going to the principal? That's what they want to know. So here's what we do first, ladies.
I'm sorry, Juan. What is that? Is that a 7.5 over?
7.5.
And it's over something.
And it's over 70,000, just like you see in the book.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're using
In the book, yeah.
$70,000 loan,
Mm-hmm.
7.5% interest.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
And my board got scratched up one day. I decided to use a Brillo pad because I actually used a permanent marker instead of the erasable marker. And I didn't realize it until after. So as I was trying to get it off, I scratched the board up. So I got to get another board. But in any event, now I know my mistakes. So
You have interest, principal, and what is that third one?
payment.
Okay, interest, principal, and payment. Okay.
Okay. These are our three variables. And we have it in the book. The book is telling us that our payment is $489.30.
Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Now, once again, you're going to need to know how to use your calculator. All right. Now, notice that we have $70,000. All right. $70,000. And we're going to multiply that by 7.5. And here, you see this percentage sign here, right here, this percentage sign. Okay. It's interesting that my calculator that. Okay, so 70,000 multiplied by 7.5 and then hit the percentage. You're not going to hit equal. You're going to hit that percentage. And then you see the number it gives you? You got that same number? $5,250. You got to use your percentage.
Yes, I got it.
On my calculator.
Everybody have that percentage on their calculator,
Oh, yeah, hold on. I gotta figure out how to use it.
okay? Because if you don't have the percentage, then we're going to have to break it to a decimal. And then it would be 0.075.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
So do you have that percentage? You do?
No, I'm gonna do it the decimal way, like you said. That's fine.
Okay. So yeah, if you don't have that percentage, and it's easier using the percentage, but if you have to break everything down to a decimal, then you got to be really good at math to break it down.
Wait, the
55,
70,000.
Mhm.
When I multiply 70,000 by 7.5, I'm not getting the answer at all. It's just
Okay. Well, maybe you're doing something wrong in your calculator. Let's see. So
all
you
right.
multiply by 7.5 and then automatically hit the percentage. Boom.
Okay, I'll do it. One sec.
Take your time. So you're going to use 70,000 and you're going to multiply by 7.5 and then just hit your percentage sign.
If I don't have the percentage, I just multiply 0.075.
That'll be
Right.
correct. You'll have to break it to a decimal
All right.
if you don't have it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if you know this, but you got a calculator. Usually, if you can turn it on the side or this way, it should give you the longer version of the calculator. So let's do this, clear this off, and clear. And then we'll work here. Some calculators do it. Mine did do it. I don't know why it's not doing it right now. But usually you're going to be able to turn it sideways and it'll give you another.
Your screen's probably locked, Warren.
I'm locked.
You gotta have rotate on.
Yeah, go to the top, scroll down, and then if your lock is highlighted, you locked it.
Okay.
You got a high tech one. I got an old school
Yeah,
calculator, so I don't have those features.
that's fine. So you guys know what I'm talking about. I'll unlock it somewhere along the line. I don't want to spend this whole time me figuring it out here. But yes, so I got to unlock it somehow or another. Scroll down. It should be there, and then scroll down and do the calculator. There it is again. And then unlock. There we go. All right. So calculator and boom. All right. Location unlock. Okay, very good. All right, good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, using that 70,000 multiplied by 7.5%, what do we come up with?
5,250.
5,250.
5,250.
That's what I got too. 5,250. We might actually even have this in the book, correct? We do. We have it in the book, 5,250. What is this $5,250, ladies and gentlemen?
Interest.
Annual interest.
The yearly interest for the bank. The bank already calculated their interest for the whole year. So if this is yearly interest, we need to take that $5,250 and divide it by how many months in a year?
12.
And then what do we come up with?
437.50 cents.
$437.50?
Yes.
$437.50. That is our answer here. $437.50. So we could do divide that way, or we could do divide that way. Depends on however you want to do it. But $437.50. Now notice that out of our payment of $489.30, we now know that $437.50 is going to the bank as interest. So how much is going to the principal? Subtract these two. Take the $489.30 and subtract the interest, $437.50, to come up with our principal.
$51.80.
$51.80. Look in your book, ladies and gentlemen. The book has it just the way we did it. So we have the $70,000, multiply it by, in the decimal, 0.075 if you don't have the percentage on your calculator. That would come out to $5,250. And what we need to do is take that 5,250, divide it by 12, and that gave us 489. I'm sorry for the payment, 437.50. So now we needed to take our payment of 489.30 and subtract the interest, which you can see in the book. They're taking the 489.30, now subtracting the interest, and that gives us the principal 5180, just like you see in the book, ladies and gentlemen. Now let me ask you a question. Is this highway robbery? You made your payment of $489.30, but only $51.80 is coming off the $70,000 loan. Minus $51.80. Not minus $489.30. It's minus $51 because $437 went to the bank as interest. Kiss it goodbye. Gone. And only $51.80 we came off of the principal loan of $70,000. Is that robbery, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
They're mugging you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you this question. What if it was you getting the interest? Would it still be robbery? Would it still be mugging? If you're
No way.
it's okay there, right?
Yeah.
And so I told you, ladies and gentlemen, about owner financing. I told you why you don't want to be the landlord, why you want to be the bank, because this would be you getting this money instead of the bank getting the money, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm going to show you something that you need to know once again on your amortization schedule. Bring this up and then bring this up. Now, notice that our numbers are going to be just slightly different because that's the book. The book should have given us 45 cents, not 30, but that's okay. The book's okay. We're fine. So now, again, let me do this, ladies and gentlemen. Share my screen with you so you guys can see. And let's do this. Let's open this up. And close that. And then let's do this. All right. And share my screen with you because we're going to use this calculator for the next 2 or 3 questions that we're going to do. So now we have $70,000, right? $70,000 is our loan amount at 7.5% interest for 30 years. And we calculate our payments. As I said, the book's going to be just a little bit different. Notice our payments are $489.45, not $489.30 like the book says, but we're using the numbers out of the book just for this example. So $489.45. And as you can see, if we look at it, it's going to be $489.45. $437.50 goes to the interest and $51.95 goes to the principal, just like similar to what we did on the board. All right. But notice this, ladies and gentlemen, this $70,000 loan at 7.5% is going to give the bank $106,202 in interest plus the $70,000, giving the bank back $176,202.06 for this $70,000 loan at 7.5% interest. Because as you can see, only $51.95 came off our loan. The $70,000, even though we made a payment of $489.45, only $51.95, we still owe $69,948. This kissing goodbye to the interest of the bank. Our next payment, $489.45, only $52 is going off the loan. We still owe $69,000 after making over $1,000 in payments already.
Is it because, is it like an APR rate or something that's high?
No,
That's why?
no, it's amortization. Notice that even though the payment, $489.45 for the next 30 years stays the same,
Right.
notice that out of that payment, the money that goes to interest and principal, notice that less goes to interest, $437.50, $437.18, $436, $436.50, 436.19, 435. So notice the interest goes down with every payment and the principal goes up 51, 52.27, 52.60, 52.93, 53. So this is called amortization.
Okay.
Even though the payment stays the same, we need to know how much is going to the interest and how much is going to the principal.
Mhm.
And this is why it will take 30 years. Look at this, all right? So we start here in May 2025, 360 payments later, 30 years later, ladies and gentlemen, all the way down to 360. That is May 2055, 30 years from now. We finally go down to zero. We finally made our last payment. Even though our last payment is still $489.45, we now know that only $3 is going to the interest and the rest went to the principal. And now we amortize this down to zero. We have no more payments on this loan. You need to understand how much is going to principal and how much is going to interest. Let me do this over here. Again, let's do this. $70,000. Very important. I told you you're going to use this every day. 7.5%, 7.5%. Boom. Calculate the 30 years. And again, here it is. This is a little easier to see. 489.45, 437.50 is going to the interest, 51.95 is going to the principal. We still owe $69,948 after we made a first payment of $489 because only $51.95 went to the loan.
So then the 7.5% comes off the remaining balance,
Yes.
and then so on and so forth.
Exactly, and so on and so forth, because this is an amortization schedule. So you would have to do this equation again and again and again and again and again and again and again for every payment. Otherwise, you'll use this amortization schedule. So now you know where I'm getting my monthly payments from. All right. So when I put the monthly payment on the board, don't ask me where I'm getting it from. I just showed you where I'm getting it from. So let's do another one, ladies and gentlemen. That's not in the book. Let's make sure that we understand it. Right. And again, the three variables will be the same. Right. It'll just change the loan amount and the interest amount. Figure out what our payment will be. So let me do this. Let's make this $100,000 loan. All right, $100,000. And let's make it at 7.75% interest. All right. All right. Let's see what we have here. Hold on one second. And our payments will be $716.41. $716.41. Boom. 716.41. You know where I got that from the amortization schedule I just showed you. Okay. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. It's a $100,000 loan. It's the wet. Right. $100,000 loan. Once the market gets wet, that's no good to me either anymore. Let's do this. $100,000 loan. Boom, 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 boom. And at 7.75% interest. What do we do?
Multiply the 100,000 by 7.75%.
I didn't do that. That is correct.
You said 7.75 is the
Yep, that is the interest rate, 7.75.
okay.
Wait, Warren, that's what the first math equation should have been. I think I had 7.5 instead of 7.75.
No, it's a whole different question.
Oh, it's different. Okay, I'm following you. Okay.
So take the $100,000, multiply that by 7.75%.
$7,750.
$7,750. Very good. Now, what is that? $7,750.
That's the yearly
It's
interest
yearly interest. So what do we need to do with the yearly interest?
divided by 12.
12.
Go ahead.
6,458. No.
I got 6,000, or I'm sorry, I got 645 and 83 cents.
Yeah.
$645.83.
Mhm.
So we now know that that's the interest. We bring that over here. $645.83. How do we come up with the principal?
Minus the payment from the interest, or vice versa.
1641 or payment from the interest. Very good. Very good. What's our principal?
$70.58.
Yes, it is. $70.58. Very good.
Is this in a book? I think I lost you at payment. I'm stuck still at 12 and where I'm at the interest.
Okay.
What
So
was the payment?
the payment 71641.
Is that in the book? Oh, you know what? Because I can't see your board. Your board is like clear. So that's why I can't really.
Okay.
Yeah, on the right hand side, it's a
Yeah,
little
it's like it's
there's a
very
glare.
like the light is there, so I can't see any. You know what I mean?
And then that light there.
Oh,
That's better.
It's too dark.
no,
No,
you
no,
got
that's better.
all right. Yeah, it's better.
So it's better without that light.
Yeah. So the payment was 7. What?
71641.
Okay.
So we're getting $100,000 loan.
Did you already have this payment, or you figured out the payment?
I have figured out the payment.
So how did you get the payment?
By the amortization schedule that I showed you, because I said, don't ask me how I got the payment because I just showed it
Let
to
me
you.
figure this out. Hold on,
Okay,
hold
that's
on, because
okay.
I'm
Not
lost
a
somewhere,
problem.
but I'm all right. Let me.
Okay, now notice it's right here. See, we're getting $100,000 loan at 7.75%. See it on my screen?
Yeah.
So our payment is 71641 for the next 30 years. 71641.
71641. Okay.
Yeah. And notice that our first payment, we're going to be paying 645.83 in interest, just like we did on the board.
And then you subtract that to them too?
Yep. Subtract these two, and that'll give us our principal that you see here, 7058.
Okay.
So Warren, in the exam, will they give us the payment amount?
Yes.
Okay.
You got to have the payment amount to know what's going to interest and principal.
Right.
Without the payment amount, we can't do the equation.
Yeah, that's why I was lost, because I was going to ask you, where they do they at least provide the payment?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay.
This is a much easier math because all we're doing is we're taking the loan amount, multiplying it by the interest. That gives us the yearly interest, divide that by 12, and then we take it off of the payment.
Mhm.
The interest, the payment, and the principal. Let's do one more before I give this to you in a question that you're going to answer yourself. Right? And so we got enough time. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a 75-hour required class. You can come and go as you want. You can record. I am recording. I'll try to make a recording for you and send it to you as soon as I'm done messing around with my new email, because they shut my email down and now I got extra work to do. I don't know why they did that. Really don't know why they did that, but anyway, extra work for me. Oh boy. All right, let's do one more, ladies and gentlemen. Stop sharing my screen and let's do this. Let's say that this is let's make this a $380,000 loan amount at, let's do 5.25%. All right, let me get you your payments in a second here. Hold on 1 second. And I'll give you your payments. So our payment, 380,000. And our interest rate is what? 5.25. 5.25. Calculate it. And our payments will be $2,098.30. $2,098.37. Have our payment. All right, ladies and gentlemen. In your chat, tell me what our yearly interest is. So you are correct. And very good. So if we take the 380,000 and multiply it by 5.25%, we will come up with $19,950. Does everybody have that number?
Yes.
What is this?
The annual, the yearly, yearly,
What do we need to do with this?
divided by 12.
Good. Come up with
1,662.
Go ahead.
And
5
50 cents.
50 cents.
50 cents. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So $1,662.50. How do we come up with the principal?
Subtract the payment from the interest.
Very good. And how much is going to the principal?
$435.87.
That is correct. $435.87 is going to the principal. And as we can see here, ladies and gentlemen, it is exactly how we came up with it. So as you can see on the screen, it is a $380,000 loan at 5.25%. We can see that our payments is $2,098.37. Our interest is $1,662.50, and our principal is $435.87, just like you guys got it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just give you one quiz question. We'll take a break. Stop sharing. Let's do this.
What was the answer? Did you subtract the payment from 3,080? You did 2098.37 minus 3,080,000.
Where's the 3,080?
I'm sorry, yeah, 3,800,000 or whatever right up top. Did you subtract that? Like, what did you? I don't know. I don't know why I'm lost right now.
It's okay, stop. It's okay.
I have no idea why I'm lost right now.
$80,000 loan.
I think I'm stuck on like where you do after the payment, like when you had like how you did the principal, put it like that.
Okay, so here we go. $380,000. This is our loan, and we multiply it by the interest, 5.2.
All right.
Plus our yearly interest of $19,950. Now we do take that number and divide it by 12. And
Okay.
that's our monthly. So this is yearly. This is monthly.
All right, yearly.
Monthly number over to here, because this is the interest. This is the yearly interest. If we divide it by 12, this gives us the monthly interest.
Okay.
Take that 1,662.50.
Okay.
Move it over here. We already knew that our payment was $2,098.37. It gave us that answer before we started. So now we know our payment is $2,098.37, and we now know that $1,662.50 is going to the interest. So what we will do is subtract our payment from the interest. Subtract these two, and that gives us our principal. So
Okay.
$2,098.
I think that's where I was confused. I think I was taking the top number, the interest, the 3,080, and I was trying to subtract it.
So at least you know your mistake now. And so now that you know your mistake, you can correct it.
So you took 1,662.50 and then subtracted about 20.
And subtracted by 2,098, the payment. Ladies and gentlemen, My clock is right. It's 8 o'clock. Now we'll do just one quick question for everyone. Then we'll take a break. See if you guys can answer this question in your chat. And by now, you should be able to get the answers within a 1 to 2 minute period. So I'm looking for your answers in the chat, A, B, C, or D. Payments or 575. So we take the $100,000 and we multiply it by 6%. What do we come up with?
6,000.
$6,000. Boom. Right. That's dead. It's trading $6,000. Boom. And that is the yearly interest. We divide that by 12. What do we have?
500.
100. Boom. So now we know that that's the monthly interest. We bring that over here to the 500. So we got 575 as our monthly payment. 500 is going to interest. If we subtract the 575 from the 500, what do we get?
75.
75. Now the question is, after making your first payment of 575, how much do you still owe on this $100,000 loan? Now that we know that only $75 of that 575 is coming off the loan. So if we subtract $75 from the 100,000, what do we still owe after we make this first payment of 575?
99,925.
Yep, because only $75 came off the loan. This went to the bank to say goodbye. So even though you made a payment of 575, we now know that 75 came off the principal amount. $75 subtract from 100, we still owe $99,925 after making that first payment, because only $75 went to the principal. This is the principal.
So the answer is 75?
Yep. So
Okay.
now the answer is 75 from the principal. What answer do you have on A, B, C, and D?
I don't know, because I didn't get that far. I'm at 75.
Okay, so we do have 75. So if you take $75 off of 100,000, take the 100,000 and subtract $75 from it.
I thought you said you weren't supposed to take that in from the, is this,
Look at the question. The borrower obtained a $100,000 mortgage loan at
this a different question from the last one? This is not the same type of question? So this is a different type of way that you do it, is what I'm asking?
the question that you have in your chat.
Yeah, like the other one with the 525, that was one way of doing it, but this is another way of doing it?
This is another way of doing it. It's the same way of doing it. We didn't do anything different.
Okay,
Everything's still the same. But the question
okay,
is different. The question is, after we did this, after our payment of $575,
mm-hmm,
if the monthly payment of $575 are credit first to the interest, $500 to the interest, and then the rest to the principal, 75 to the principal, what will be the balance of the principal after the borrower makes the first payment? So we now know that this is the $75 from the principal. If we subtract that from the loan of $100,000, because only $75 is coming off the loan, how much do we still owe? That's the question. And it gives us 4 choices. And the answer would be B, because we now know that only $75 of that $575 is going to the loan. The $500 in interest to the bank is gone. Kiss it goodbye. Magically even disappear. And even though you made a payment of $575, only $75 came off the loan. The other $500 went to the interest of the bank. Gone. These are the 2 hardest of them all, ladies and gentlemen, prorations and amortization. When we come back from our break, you'll see how much, much easier the math gets. These were the 2 toughest of them all, proration and amortization. And wait till you start seeing how much money we're about to make. We'll do that after our break. And you'll be real impressed by the money you're going to make, because when it comes to our money, we don't seem to have a problem with math. All right? All right, so we'll be doing that when we come back from our break. So I'll see everybody at 8:35, 8:40. I'll start reading. Again, this is not a 75-hour class, so I hope to see everybody after our break so that we can start seeing how much money we're about to make. Enjoy your break. I'll stick around for any questions or comments. 8:35, our break's over. 8:40, I'm going to start. Enjoy your break.
Warren, can I ask you what I was about to say? When we come back from break, because I want to try to get them ready for school, get them in the bathroom. How long do you think, I'm going to try to keep them up as long as I can. How long do you think we'll be on after 9? Till 10, right? Normally.
Normally, yeah. It depends, if we're really picking it up, we can go faster, but it depends.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So, but yeah, figure till 10. But if you
Okay.
Again, as I said, this is a class that I'm offering.
Yeah, I know.
So you don't have to be here if you can't make it. That's fine.
No, I definitely want to be. I just, if you don't mind that I'm like, in and out, like I'm trying to make pancakes and all of the things. So
nope, don't mind at all.
Okay, perfect. Okay. I want to be back and be here. So
that's fine. I understand.
Okay, thank you. See you soon.
Okay, enjoy.
Mr. Nelson, I wanted to ask a question real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
So for the last question, how did you get sorry, hold on. For the last question, how'd you get B? I just wanted to know, just so I know what I'm missing, because I have everything step by step down of how we did it, but then I got confused with the 12. So the 12 would be for the month, correct?
Yeah, so the 12 is 12 months in a year. So
okay.
This $6,000 is the yearly interest for the bank.
Okay.
The bank's going to make $6,000 this year off this loan, but we can't take $6,000 off our $575.
Yeah.
What we need to do is take that yearly interest and break it down by 12 months in a year. So we'll divide the 6,000 by 12, and that means monthly it's $500 a month. If you take the $500 a month and you multiply it by 12 months, it'll come back to the 6,000. So 6,000 divided by 12 months gives us our monthly. This is yearly. 6,000 is
Yeah.
the monthly interest. Now, with that monthly interest, we move it over to here. Because we know that our payment is 575, right? 575. We know that because that's in the question.
Yes.
Question tells us our payment's 575. We now know that the yearly interest broken down by 12 is $500. So we take the $500 off of our payment of 575. That leaves us $75.
Right.
500 plus the 75. So this is the principal. This is the principal.
Okay.
That's principal, 100,000. This is principal. So now they want to know, after we made this first payment of 575, knowing that only 75 hours is going to the principal, how much do we owe if we took 100,000 and we subtracted 75 hours from it?
That would be
$99,925.
okay.
Because we're
I get where it came from now. I was like confused, so I just wanted to make sure I was like not missing any parts because I did everything and I'm like, wait, hold on.
That's okay. No. And I'm glad that you asked me the question. Make sure that you understand it. And
Yeah, because like I'm good with math, but I feel like I struggle with it, like some aspects of it. So I just try to get like the most best understanding I can, just so I know like I'm on the right track.
I agree 100%. Take your time, and I'm happy to answer your questions. There's no such thing as a stupid or silly question.
Yeah.
And again for you if need be.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson.
Very welcome. Very welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just sent out a blast email to everybody with my new email address. For reasons unbeknownst to me, the state is required to change. So you have my new email address. So sending me emails to the online real estate school inc at instruction.com will no longer work. We now have a new one. It's called instruction.com hyphen online real estate school inc at mail.com. You know what? I bet you I made a mistake on that. I bet you I did. Let me take a look and see. Sent. Let me see. The new is instruction.com and online real estate school. God damn it. It's wrong. Let's do this. God damn it. Let's do this. Freaking new email address. I hate it. It's not. It's on instruction.com and online real estate school inc at inc. Instruction.com/online real estate school inc at mail.com. So ridiculous. All right, let's do it again. Copy and send out a new email to everybody. Paste. Let's put everybody in there. Copy and paste. And copy. Copy. Paste. Paste. And now send. Wait a minute. Your email's being sent, but I didn't put a subject line on it. I couldn't be more upset about this. I couldn't be more freaking upset about it. Forward the email. No, let's do that. Let's do this. Sent. And let's resend. And now let's just put somewhere along the line, these guys will figure out what the damn new email is because I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Warren, do you think it's because you probably get a lot of emails because you're a school?
I don't get a lot of emails.
Like a
That's the
spam thing or something? You know, emails are so weird.
Yeah, I know, but this should not.
Oh, did you delete emails? Because I had this problem at work. So they weren't getting, but I was receiving yours. That's the difference. But they wasn't getting my emails. So I told management they had to delete like thousands so we could start receiving. But we didn't know until people made us aware that, you know, they sent something. So I don't know.
No, I don't have that problem. And because this is a filtered system and encrypted email, I don't get junk email. I don't get any of that. So I only get emails from my students, only from my contact, because it's a filtered email system by the state. So everything is all
Right.
filtered out. So I don't have to worry about that. But for some reason or another, they shut the whole damn domain name down. So online real estate school at instruction.com, they shut that whole domain down and made me open up a new domain. They gave it to me. I didn't ask for it. And now the new the new email is instruction.com hyphen online real estate school inc at mail.com. That's a very long, ridiculous name for an email address. But again, anytime the state is involved, they like these long, long names. So now they changed the domain. So fortunately, it looks like I still have access to my email for all the emails that I sent, all my transcripts, everything that's in there. I just can't receive any more emails to the old email. I can send, but I can't receive. So now if you want to send me an email, it has to now be at the new email, And I got to see if that goes right to this, or you got to open up another email account altogether. Nah, worry about that afterwards. All right, more extra work for me. All right, for some reason or another. Don't understand why, but I got to do it. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to the math class here. All right. Let's deal with the government. The government is going to play the card game, the 3-card Monty. Remember, I told you the shell game? And you need to understand the difference between fair market value and the assessed value, right? And then you also need to understand mills, all right? Because we talked about this. So, this is the 3-card Monty. So the first thing we want to do, let's just say that the property has a fair market value of, let's say 200,000. 200,000. This means, ladies and gentlemen, that you will be able to sell this property. It will appraise for 200,000. That's its fair market value. If you put it on the market to sell it, it would be $200,000. But the government is going to change this. And let's just say that the government is using a 45% assessed value. So take this $200,000 and multiply that by 45%. And tell me what we come up with.
$90,000.
That's what I get too.
90,000. So now this $90,000. If you were a young investor reading a book and you did not understand the difference between fair market value and assessed value, or if you went to the state website, city website, to look up the tax records, you might see that your assessed value is $90,000. And an investor would say, well, I'm only offering you $90,000 because that's the assessed value. Well, you ain't getting this property for $90,000. It's $200,000. That's what it's worth at a fair market value. But notice the government is using this assessed value. And now what the government is going to do is they're going to assess you on the assessed value for your taxes. Let's just say that your taxes are 30 mils. How much is 30 mils, ladies and gentlemen? Does anybody remember?
Is it 70%?
Nope. Remember, the 30 mils is 3.0%. All right. What if it was 48 mils? What would 48 mils?
4.8%.
4.8%. See? All right. Why does the government do it? Why does the government change our fair market value to assessed value? And why do they tax us based on mils rather than percent? But they do. So you need to understand government and the government language. So again, 45%, you need to know your county, your city, your state, wherever you are, find out. But now let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. What's going to be our yearly taxes on the property? Take the 90,000 assessed value and multiply it by 3%.
$2,700.
There's your taxes for the year, $2,700. Now you, as a homeowner, is trying to figure out how the government came up with $2,700 of taxes based on your $200,000, because this is what we do. Oh, you have the wrong value. My property's not worth this. The tax is too high. You got to do it. But you didn't understand that the government plays a shell game. They're going to take the fair market value and change it to an assessed value and tax the assessed value on the mills to give you your tax rate. All right. So let's do another one, ladies and gentlemen, because this one here, we got to understand assessed value and mills. All right. So let's do this. Let's just say that the fair market value on this property is, let's make it $400,000 for the fair market value. 400,000. Fair market value. Could sell this any day of the year for 400,000. And the city or the municipality is basing this on a 65% tax rate, 65%. And it's based on 42 mils. All right. So what's our taxes for this property? What's the first thing we got to do?
Multiply 65%.
1,000 and multiply it by 65%. That is correct.
Is it 260?
100,000, multiply it by 60.
260,000.
It's 260,000 value for tax purposes. 260,000. See how that throws you off? Your property's worth 400,000, but the government's basing it on a $260,000 assessed value. So the $260,000 is going to be taxed by 42. What is 42 mils?
4.2%.
0.2%. So do that. Take 260,000 and multiply it by 4.2%.
10,920.
There's your taxes for the year, ladies and gentlemen. $10,920 for the year is your yearly taxes, based on assessed value and mils. Easy enough. Let's do another one. And this is time, ladies and gentlemen, let's say that the property is worth, let's do 380,000. So the property is worth $380,000. $380,000. Boom. And the government's using the 75% tax rate and 45 mils. Right? So how do we come up with the assessed value?
The 380,000 times the 75%.
Very good.
And does it say 45 mils?
It does, but we
Okay.
but it does say 45 mils.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
So what is our assessed value?
285,000.
285,000 is our assessed value. And now they're taxing us at 45 mils on the assessed value. What's 45 mils?
4.5%.
But they just say 4.5%. Why did they have to do 45 mils? Right? So let's do that. What's our taxes for the year?
21,375.
Let's make sure that we got that.
12,800.
12,825.
They have $12,825.
What is it? Did you subtract that?
Nope. Take the 285,000 and multiply it by 4.
That's what I was doing wrong. Okay.
This is
That's what I was doing wrong.
this is multiplying.
Okay.
It's just two multiplications. We take the fair market value and multiply it by the county's assessed percentage. And in this county, it's 75% of the fair market value. That would give us an assessed value of 285. And on the 285, the county's taxing us at 45 mils, 4.5%. So our taxes will be $12,825 a year for this property. And people get very, very confused when they try to figure out where the taxes based on the sales price. They don't understand that the government took the sales price and turned it into an assessed value or their fair market value if it's not for sale. Everybody kind of understand this? Let's see something here, shall we? Let's open this up. And let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you a question in your chat. Let's see if these guys can do this. Everyone. There's your question, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me what the answer is, A, B, C, or D. We're starting with 180,000 fair market value. Look at this. These guys are rolling in the answers now. Very, very good. Very, very good. So let's do this on the board. So we got a fair market value of 180,000. Fair market value, 180,000. And the county is assessing this at 25%. And they're taxing it on 30 mils. So first things first, how do we come up with the assessed value?
You take the 180,000 times 25%.
That's right. 180,000 multiplied by 25%. What is that answer?
45,000.
45,000.
That's a big difference between your fair market value and your assessed value, isn't it? That would throw you off. And now your taxes are based on 30 mils, which we know is 3.0%. So times the 45,000 assessed value with 3%.
1,350.
What is our answer, ladies and gentlemen? A, B, C, or D?
A.
A.
See how we came up with the answer? Very easy. Just two multiplications. Question, comment? Fair market value multiplied by the township's tax rate, 25%, gives us the assessed value. Multiply that by the mills. We now know what mills are. It's just a shell game. Why did they have to use the assessed value? Why didn't they use the fair market value? Why did they have to say 30 mils? Why not 3.0%? Why the shell game? It's government. Okay, very good, ladies and gentlemen. So
What is this called? The
mills. Because
mills.
so this math is mills. And in order to get to the mills, we have to go through the equation of getting from the fair market value to the assessed value, and then using the assessed value multiplied by the mills to get our tax rate. So this math is called mills. We are now reading an investment book, and we want to buy a property. But what the investment book never tells us, ladies and gentlemen, is what's it going to cost for the loan? Because they're always talking about a no money down deal, how to buy a property on paper, this, blah, 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 and so forth. But I taught you that the bank has what we call earnest money. Earnest money is between the borrower and the lender. And the bank charges 2 fees, loan origination and discount points. So what we need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, is how much is it going to cost us to buy the property that we like? So let's just say that we see a property that we like, and the property is $200,000. That is the sale price of the property. Boom. And what we're going to be learning here, ladies and gentlemen, is 2 things: LTV and cost. Right? So we're going to be learning loan to value and cost. How much is it going to cost us to get a loan to buy the property? So we see a property that we like. They're asking $200,000 for it. We go to the bank to see if we can get a loan. The bank says that they will give us a loan at a 90 LTV. They're also going to hit us up with 2 discount points and 2 loan origination points. How much is it going to cost us for the loan? So if it's a 90 LTV, what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? $90 LTV, what does that mean?
The loan value.
That loan to value. So the bank's willing to give us 90% of the loan. So if they're going to give us 90% of the loan, how much do we need?
10%.
10%.
Very good. So now it's 90% LTV. So what is 10% of 200,000?
$20,000.
$20,000 is going to be our earnest money. Earnest money. Also, take the 20,000 off the 200,000. This is the sales price. What's the loan amount? If we have to put 10% down, 20,000, what's going to be the loan?
180,000.
180,000, because we need 20,000 of our own money. The bank's going to give us 90% of the sales price. 90% of the sales price is 180,000 because we need 10% of our own money. So 10% of the 200,000 is 20,000, and the bank will give us the other 90%, 180,000. So we already need 10% of our own money, $20,000 down payment. But on this $180,000 loan, the bank is charging us 2 discount points. What is 2 discount points equal to? 2%.
2%.
2%. And what is 2 loan origination points?
2%.
Very good. So that's all we got to do is change the discount points and loan origination to percentage. So now, how much? Take $180,000 and multiply that by 2%.
What was the discount point and the originating point?
These are the 2 fees that the bank charges you for the loan.
What was the fees?
We're getting to it now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was because you said what was the discount? You said 25.
So yeah, so the discount, two discount points.
Okay. You added them up.
It's $180,000 loan amount.
Okay.
By 2%.
3,600.
3,600. And they happen to be charging us 2 loan origination as well.
Sorry, I got lost for a second. You said you were doing the 180,000 divided by the 2%, or?
Right, the loan amount.
Okay.
Okay.
One question. So the 2 discount points and the 2 originator points equal to the 0.2%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Sales price. Okay. We know that LTV is loan to value. And they're giving us a 90 LTV, loan to value. If their bank is giving us 90%, that means we need 10% of our own money. 10% earnest money. Because the bank's giving us 90 LTV. So if the bank's going to give us a 90% LTV, then we need 10% of our own money. Sales price is 200,000. And so we need 10% of all that 200,000. We need $20,000 of our own money to buy this property. Because the banks are not going to give us a 100% loan. They're not lending us the whole 200,000. We got to get skin in the game. So the bank says if you put up 10%, we'll give you the other 90%. So what's 10% of the sales price? That's $20,000. That means the bank will lend you $180,000 to buy this 200,000. You need 20,000 of your own money. 10% of your own money. Remember, banks want 20%, not 10. Okay. But the banks also have these two fees. And the fees happen to be the same because they're both 2 points. So the bank is going to charge you for this $180,000 loan amount 2 discount points. So if you take the $180,000 and multiply it by 2%, okay, 2%, that's $3,600. That's one fee called a discount point, and the bank also has another fee called loan origination, also 2%, 2 points. That's why the numbers are the same, because it's 2 points, 2 points, 2%, 2%. So the number's the same. So how much do we need altogether to buy this $200,000 property with a loan?
27,200.
What is it?
27,200.
$27,200. That is what you're going to need in order to get a loan from the bank to buy this $200,000 property. It's a far cry. No money.
Did you add it? Did you add up what did you add to get the 27?
The earnest money, the 10% down, because the bank is giving us 90%. We need 10% of our own. So
that's 20,000.
10% of the sales price is 20,000. And the bank will give us the other 180. That'll give us the 200,000 to buy the property. The bank's giving us 90% loan amount. 90%. We need 10% of our own money. Sales price is 200,000. That's the property we want to buy. It's a $200,000 property. But we need a loan. The bank's not going to give us a $200,000 loan. I like you. You got a pretty smile. Here's the whole 200,000. Doesn't work that way. The bank wants you to have skin in the game. In this situation, it's a 90 LTV. We'll give you 90% if you put 10% of your own money down. 10% of the sales price is $20,000. Plus, the bank has 2 fees to do this loan, this $180,000 loan. Discount points and loan origination. These are the 2 fees that I try to tell you in the class. So if you take this loan amount of $180,000 and you multiply it by 2%, that's $3,600. That's one fee. And if you take the same $180,000 loan and multiply it by 2% for the loan origination, 4% altogether, then that's $7,200 bank fees to do the loan. So you need $7,200 for the fee, plus your $20,000, 10% down. You need $27,200. The bank will then give you a $180,000 loan if you can give them 10% down and the 2 fees. Does the investment books ever tell you about this? You don't understand the bank, then you're not going to be in the real estate business. Why would the bank give you this money? How are they giving you the money? Let's change this a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Let's leave everything here because I'm not going to rewrite this again. But let's do this. Let's keep the price.
So they're not only making money off of us for the finance fees. They're all the discount points and loan origination points. It doesn't come off anything. It's just a fee.
And it is because remember, let's say that we're going to Bank of America. And let's say that now we're getting an 80% LTV. The bank is going to make their money by originating a loan, but they're going to sell this loan in the secondary market. So all that interest that we talked about, that goes to the secondary lender who bought the loan. The bank ain't going to service this loan for 30 years. They're going to make their money off of this. And let's just say that it's going to be 2 discount points and 3 loan origination. So what's it going to cost us for this loan to buy this $200,000 property? So if it's an 80 LTV, what do we need to put down? Ladies and gentlemen, if you have 10 dimes and you take 8 of those 10 dimes away, how many dimes do you have left?
40,000.
Let's try this again. You have 10 dimes. 10 dimes. You take 8 of those dimes away. How many dimes do you have?
2.
2. Very, very good. So if the bank is giving you 80%, 8 dimes,
right.
How many dimes do you need?
2.
20%. 2. Because this is an 80 LTV. That means the bank will pay you 80% if you put 20% of your own money up front.
Times
80% of the loan. So first things first, it's $200,000. Take the $200,000 and multiply that by 20%. What do we come up with? 200,000 multiplied by 20%.
40,000.
So you need 40,000 earnest money. You need 20% of your own money for this loan. So take the 200,000 and subtract 40,000. How much is the loan amount?
160,000.
That is the loan amount. The bank will give you a loan for $160,000 to buy this $200,000 property, providing you're putting 20% of your own money down. That's $40,000. The bank will lend you the other 160. Now, with your 160 loan and your 40,000 cash, you got the 200,000 to buy the property. But the bank does have these 2 fees for this $160,000 loan. So they're charging you 2 discount points and 3 loan origination. So take the 160,000 and multiply that by 2%. 2 discount points would be 2%.
3,200.
3,200. And the bank's also charging you 3 loan origination. So that'd be 3%. So take that loan amount of 160,000 and now multiply it by 3%.
$4,800.
4,800. Look at this. This is how the bank is making their money. They're charging you $3,200 for discount points for this $160,000 loan, and they're charging you $4,800 loan origination fee for this 160. So, how much money do we need altogether for this $160,000 loan?
$48,000. Yeah.
That's what I have as well. $48,000. 40,000 of your own money, 20% down. The bank will give you the 160, and the bank has these two fees for this 160. You're going to need $48,000. $8,000 the bank's charging you for this loan. You need 40,000 of your own money, 20% because the bank is giving you an 80 LTV.
So, Warren, I have a quick question. So when you get, are you adding the 40,000 and both of the originator fee and the interest, and the discount points together,
I am adding it after
all together?
yes.
Okay.
40,000, 3,200, 4,800 comes out to $48,000. So yes. So you're adding,
Okay.
and then it'll equal this.
And this would be your, what would this be?
This is going to be your fees for the borrowed loan.
Okay,
This is
fees.
LTV.
Okay, yeah, LTV.
Cost. Yeah, LTV and cost. Because
Okay.
we have two fees that the bank's charging us.
Okay.
Discount points and loan origination. You need to understand this. You need, because no investment book explains this to you. The investment book only talked about the $200,000 property, but it never told you what it's going to cost you for a loan. Investment books don't do that. They just hype you up. So you buy more tapes and videos and books, but they never explain what it's going to cost you for the loan. I told you if you don't have 20% down or more, then you're going to have mortgage insurance. The bank wants 20%. 20% of your own money down. Let's do it this way, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do an FHA loan. All right? Let's do an FHA loan. And now the LTV is 96.5. 96.5 LTV. So what does that mean? How much money do you need if the bank is going to be lending you 96.5%? How much money do you need down on an FHA loan? Down
20%.
Down from 96.5 to 100. 96, 97, 98, 99, and another half. So how much do we need?
193,000.
You said 96%, right?
96.5% LTV, because this is an FHA loan. FHA. We're getting an FHA mortgage. We want to buy this $200,000 property. How much is this loan going to cost us? And let's do this. Let's do 2 and 1. Right? We'll make this 1%. How much is this loan going to cost us? So, ladies and gentlemen, if the bank's going to give us 96.5% loan to value, how much money is out of our pocket?
Hold on.
3.5%.
3.5%?
Yeah.
There you go. 3.5%. So we need 3.5% of our own money into this deal because the bank is going to lend us the other 96.5%. So the bank will give us 96.5 LTV. We need 3.5% of our own money. So then let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Take the $200,000 sale price and multiply it by 3.5%. How much money do we need?
7,000.
7,000.
How much?
7,000.
7,000 even?
Yes.
40,000, isn't it? So we need $7,000. So if we need 7,000 of our own money, the banks give us 96.5%. How much are they giving us? What will be the loan amount?
193,000.
193,000. Very good. So the 100% of our own money into the game. $7,000. That's not bad. Shoot, that's not bad at all. So we only need $7,000. Maybe even the seller can give it to us. But anyway, the bank will give us $193,000. But the bank does have 2 fees, 2 discount points, and 1 loan origination fee. So take the $193,000, the loan amount, multiply it by 2%, then take the loan amount and multiply it by 1%. Find out what our fees are. $193,000 loan amount, times it by 2%.
3,860.
Say it again.
3,860.
1,860. And then what do we have for 1%?
1,930.
These are the 2 fees. So we need 7,000 earnest money. That's 3.5% FHA loan. We need 3.5% of our own money. That's 7,000. And the bank has these 2 fees for this loan. So how much do we need altogether? We add 7,000, 3,860, and the 1,930. Add them all together.
12,790.
Say it again, listen.
12,790.
$12,790 is what we're going to need to buy this $200,000 property with an FHA loan. Knowing that it's 96.5 LTV, that means we only need 3.5%. If it was 90% LTV, we would need 10%. All right? If it was 80% LTV, we would need 20% loan to value. So if the bank's giving us 90%, we need 10. If the bank's giving us 80%, we need 20. If the bank's giving us 96.5, we need 3.5%, 3.5. Because it should still equal 100%. 100, 100, 100. 96.5 plus 3.5 is 100. 90 plus 10 is 100. 80 plus 20 is 100. Should always come to 100% of the sales price, loan amount. So you're going to know LTV, loan to value. If the bank's giving us a 90 LTV, we need 10%. The bank's giving us an 80% LTV, we need 20%. What if the bank was giving us a 50 LTV? What would we need?
50%.
And that would be 100. Boom. So that's the thing that we need to know about this math is LTV, loan to value. And that is known as earnest money. What we need, the 10%, the 20%, the 50%, 3.5% earnest money. And then for this loan amount, not the sales price, the bank has these 2 fees for the loan amount. And let's just say that it is Bank of America. Bank of America is doing this loan. This Bank of America is going to be making this $7,900 right here. I'm sorry, what is it? 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7,000, 6,000, some odd dollars, $7,000. The bank's going to make this and this. Then they're going to sell this loan at the table. They don't care about the interest rate. Did we talk about an interest rate? 8%, 7%, 9%. Did we talk about an interest rate here? There's no interest rate here. We're just talking about the loan and what it's going to cost us for the loan. But we didn't even talk about an interest rate or what the bank's going to charge us for this $193,000. 7.5%, 8.25%. We never even got to that point. We don't even know. All we know is what the bank is going to lend us based on the sales price or LTV and the 2 fees they're going to charge us for the loan. Let's see if we understand this. And this should be a little bit easier than the one I just did on the board. Take a minute, ladies and gentlemen. See if you can figure this out.
No, no, I don't.
You don't have it?
No, I'm just writing what I think it is. This is what he gave us right here.
Your mics are open. See if you can figure this out.
Is it in the chat?
It is in the chat, yes.
Okay.
Give you another minute. Looking for an answer, A, B, C, or D in your chat.
I don't know. I don't know.
So let's do this one on the board, ladies and gentlemen. The sales price is $185,000. Is that what it says in the question? It does. $185,000 is the sales price.
10% down,
10% down. Very good. 10%.
and then
Boom.
two discount points.
What is 10% of the 185?
The 185?
Because this is
18,500.
18,500, right? 10% down. 18,000. $18,500. This is 10%. 10% down. That's what it said, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now take the $185,000 and subtract 18,500. so that we can figure out what the loan amount is.
166,500.
166,500. How did we come up with this? We're looking to buy this 185,000. The bank says we need 10% down, so that's 18,500. Take the 18,500 off of the $185,000 loan. That means the bank is going to give us a $166,500 loan with our 18.5. But the bank is charging 2 discount points, but no loan origination, just the discount points. What is, take the 166.5 times that by 2%.
3,330.
$3,330. Now we add these two together. 18.5 plus the 3,330.
21,830.
$21,830. That's what we need. We need $21,830 to buy this $185,000 property. We'll get a $166,000 loan. 18.5 plus the 3,000, 21,830. What does our question say? What is our answer?
B.
B. Let's see how we did that, ladies and gentlemen. Because we knew that the sales price was 185 and the bank said we need 10% down, we take the sales price and multiply it by 10%. That means we need 18.5. We now subtract from the $185,000 loan, we subtract the $18,500. And that gives us a loan amount of $166,500. Because we needed this, the sales price. This is our 10%. This is the loan amount. 166.5. Subtracting our 10% from the sales price. And now, based on this 2% of the 166, that is $3,330. Subtract or add that together. And now that means we need 2% plus the 18.5. So we need 18,500 plus $3,330. We need $21,830. Skin in the game. Our own money. Because of the 2 discount points and the 10% down. 21,830. Sales price minus our 10% gives us the loan amount. 2% of the loan amount. Add them together. 18.5 and the 330. We need $21,830 to buy this $185,000 property. This is what investment books don't teach you, ladies and gentlemen. What it costs for a loan. Forget about what it costs for the property. What does it cost for the loan? Because loans ain't free. Is the bank going to give you 100% LTV? If the LTV was 100%, what do you need? The bank's going to give you 100% LTV. What do you need?
If there's any discount points or loan origination or nothing.
Nothing would be the correct answer because we're getting an LTV. So then we would now do our charges based on the full sales price because the bank is lending us 100%. We don't need any of our own money. How would this work? Maybe a VA loan, Veteran Administration, where we might be able to get 100% LTV, but no way in heck would you get 100% LTV. The bank wants skin in the game. Are you going to walk away with $18,500 of your own money? Or let's double that. Let's say it was $37,000, 20%. And you had 26, right? 36, $37,000. Will you walk away from this loan with $37,000 of your own money in it? No. So the bank knows it's less risk for them the more you put down. And the bank wants to have 20% down or more before they make a loan to you. But I'm going to give you another question, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if you remember this. If the sales price is 185,000, but it appraises for 175,000, what is the bank going to lend you? Are they going to lend you to 185 or to 175?
175?
That's right, because the property appraised for 175. So they're not going to give you 185 because the property appraised for 175. And that's really all you need to know. But let's see if we can do this, ladies and gentlemen, real quick. Just doing exactly what you did, but now we know we're using the appraised value, not the sales price. See if you can do this answer. So what number are we using? The 116.9 or the 114.5?
159.
Whichever is less. So now you're going to do your
Oh,
number
it's press.
on the 114.5.
Oh, okay.
The 116.9, take it out of the equation. Because we don't have any of this. This is 0, this is 0. We just need one thing for this. So 114.5, and the bank is giving us an 80 LTV. So we take that 114.5 and we multiply it by what?
80%?
There you go. Take the 114.5, multiply it by 80%. And what is the loan?
91,600.
See how easy that was? And so we didn't even need to know about charges. In this situation, they just wanted to know, based on the appraised value of the sales price, we know whichever is less, based on the appraised value, because that was lower than the sales price, and the bank is giving us 80% of that loan of 114.5, what's going to be the loan amount? Take the 114.5, multiply by 80%. We didn't even hit any charges. Just give us the loan amount. 91,600 divided 114.5 property. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this involves the lender and the lender's charges. And this is why we had 2 major chapters dealing with this. But I can tell you that it's still a little bit complicated for you, but not quite sure why, because it's basic numbers. It's 100%. Everything always comes back to 100%. So whatever you do, it should always come back to 100%. All right. And so if the bank is giving you 80%, then you need 20. The bank is giving you 90%, you need 10. If the bank's giving you 50%, you need 50. So it should always come to 100%. Shouldn't be that complicated. But sometimes when we add words into the math, somehow or another, that seems to complicate things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, cap rate. That's what this math is called, cap rate. Cap rate. And if you're going to be doing commercial property, investment property, then you're going to need to know how to do cap rate. And let's say that the property is an income producing property and it's producing $36,000 a year in income. So income, $36,000 a year. And it's got a value of the property, let's say $380,000. What is the cap rate on this property? See how easy this is? So we got two numbers. We got the income and the value. With these two numbers, how do we come up with the cap rate? Income divided by value. So that means we got 36,000 in income and we divide it by the $380,000 value. Do that, ladies and gentlemen. Take the lower number, the 36,000, divide it into the 380,000. What is our cap rate? And let's see if you understand your calculator when you see this number.
I got 0.947.
All right.
So would we round it? I have I would say 9.5 if we round it.
Yeah.
Oh, we can round now? Okay. Well then, yeah.
You have to.
95.
Yeah. And so in this situation, we're looking at a 9.5% cap rate, 9.5.
Okay.
9.5 cap rate. 9.5. And it's not percent, sorry. It's 9.5 cap rate.
Okay. Cap rate.
Now, what if you did it backwards? What if you did the 380,000 and divided into the income? Would your number still be the same? So take the larger number,
No.
divide it into 36,000 and tell me what happens.
It's not the same.
It's not the same, is it?
No.
And now you would have the wrong answer. You would have a 10.5% cap rate, but you did your math wrong because you need to know that it is income divided by the value, not the other way around. Let's do another one. It's very important you know the equation. Let's do another one. Let's say that we have $24,000 a year in income coming in. All right. 24,000 a year in income coming in. 24,000, right? And
Stop.
here, 24,000. Boom, boom. All right. 4,000 in income. 4,000. Boom, boom, boom. And the property is worth 260,000. You're trash. All right. What is our cap rate, ladies and gentlemen?
$9.2.
What's the other I'm sorry, I can't see the second what's the value?
260,000. $60,000. So we can see the equation: income divided by the value.
Is it 85%?
And let's take a look and see. Not even.
9.2%.
So, yep. So, what do we have? If we round this off, what do we got?
9.2% or 9.2 cap rate. You said it's not a percentage, right?
Correct. I would round
So
it
what
up.
you took 22,000 and divided in no.
Now,
Yeah, you did the 22,000 and divided into 260,000, right?
you see the
It's
24?
24.
Oh, 24. I can't see his numbers. Wait a minute here. What is this? What I'm sorry. What is the income? Because I can't see that.
It's 24,000.
Oh, I thought it was 22. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, my numbers will be off. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Yep.
All right. So I apologize about that, but yeah, it's
I don't
24.
know why I can't see it.
Yeah. And then my markers are getting out. So now I would round that off to a 9% cap rate,
Okay.
right? And it's not percentage, it's cap rate. And
Yeah.
so we want to figure out the cap rate on this investment property, income producing property. So how do we come up with the cap rate? It's very easy. You just take the income and divide it into the value. And that will always give us the cap rate. Let's do one more, then I'll give you the question and answer in the chat. Let's do another one, and let's say that we're doing, let's try this board here because I'm running out of markers. Make sure it's dry. And let's say that we have an income of, let's say, we got an income of $15,700. And the property is, say, $155,000. What's our cap rate?
$10.1.
Yeah, I would round it off to 10% or 10. So the cap rate would be 10. Cap rate. You're going to use cap rates in your real estate business if you're going to be used or into commercial real estate. Or if you're not in commercial real estate, let's say you want to buy a duplex, a triplex, a quadruplex, then you're going to use cap rate because the property's income producing. We got 3 rental units, 4 rental units. How much is that rental units producing every year? And then based on that income divided by the value of the property, it's going to give us the cap rate every time. So anytime we're dealing with income producing property, we're going to deal with cap rates. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we get to the best part of the math. Our money. Ka-ching, 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 baby. This is what we've been waiting for. Now, let's start seeing how much money we're going to make. Any questions on the cap rate? You know what? Let me give you one quick question on the cap rate before we get to the ka-ching, ka-ching, so that I have this fair. I'm going to give all this to you later on as well, ladies and gentlemen. So you'll have this here. So, okay, let's do this. Boom, copy. And in your chat, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, here's your question. Let's see if you could do this in under a minute. Yeah, these guys knocked that out of the ballpark with the quickness, didn't you? Easy enough to do cap rate, right?
Mhm.
Divided by value. Very, very easy. Excellent. All
I
right.
have a quick question. So, on the exam, are they for the memorization? Are they going to give us like whole numbers, or even if it's like 6.25, but they're not going to do like 6.8% or something, are they?
It could.
Or like, okay,
Yeah, it could. 6.3756, 7%, something
Okay.
like that.
Mhm.
But you still use the numbers.
Right.
Whatever
Okay.
numbers that they're giving you, you use those numbers.
Where they're not going to say, oh, it's like 6 3/8.
No, they won't do that. They will
Okay.
give you a number to work with. So,
Okay.
6.3755554, something like that, you know. I don't think they will. But the question, could they? They could. I don't think they will.
Okay.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Commission time, baby. Now we're going to start making money. And let's do it this way, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to set this up where Tyann is going to be the agent representing the seller, and Alyssa is going to be the agent representing the buyer. Okay? Tyann's representing the seller, Alyssa's representing the buyer. We got that? And Tyann is talking to the seller. And ladies and gentlemen, the average sales price in Pennsylvania from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh is right around 250,000. It's closer to 280 in Pittsburgh, 260 in Philadelphia. So we're going to use 250 as an average sales price, which is just your common run of the mill. You could buy properties for 100,000, but you probably will have to renovate them to move in. If you want a property that you can move into, that's ready to move into, it doesn't need anything, you're going to be in that $250,000 to $300,000 price range. So yes, we could buy $100,000 properties, but why would we? So let's use a $250,000 property. So Tyann went out there and spoke to this seller and talked to the seller and told the seller that, you know what, we could get $250,000 for your property any day. It's worth it. All right. So that'll be the sales price. Sales price, $250,000. Now let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do 4%, 5%, 6%, 7%, and one more, 8%, because this is the mindset of a typical real estate agent. They're thinking anywhere from 4 to 8%. So do me a favor, ladies and gentlemen, take the $250,000 and multiply it by 4%. Tell me what we come up with.
10,000.
10,000 even?
Yes.
10,000 even? Okay. Boom. Now do it again. Take the 250,000 and multiply it by 5%.
12,500.
Okay. 12,500. And that probably means if we do it by 6%, that would be
15,000.
1,500. Well, yeah, 1,500.
15,000 even or 15,500?
15,000 even.
Okay, 15,000 even. Boop, boop, 15,000, right? Yeah, 15,000. That means this will probably be 17,500. And this will probably be 20,000. My numbers are correct.
Yep.
Very good. All right, very good. See, comes my money. Know this stuff. But I can see the increments of 2,500. Get it? 10,000, 12,500, 15, 17,500, 2. So I was able to do it that way, $2,500. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, Tyann negotiates 4%. Is $10,000 a bad day's pay for Tyann?
No.
Nope.
But what if she was able to negotiate 8%? Would Tyann be happier with 20,000 compared to 8%?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of
right?
course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends on Tyann's strength.
Mm-hmm.
She out there starts negotiating with this seller, says your property's worth $250 any day. I like to get 8%. Start off with the negotiations. I'm just shortening this real quick for us. The seller goes, yeah, I was hoping to give you maybe 4%. Tyann goes, well, a weaker agent would do that. I'll tell you what, I'll do it for 7%. Seller goes, you know what, I'll go up to 5%. And Tyann goes, let's meet in the middle, shall we? 6%. And the seller agrees. See how we negotiated? Haphazardly, but we negotiated here. So 6%. $15,000. Is that a bad day's pay?
No.
This is a typical deal. $250,000 property is nothing spectacular. It's common run of the mill. 250,000. 15,000, not bad, is it?
Mm-mm.
remember I said that Alyssa is bringing us the buyer? And so I think I'm gonna take 3% and give Alyssa 3%.
I can't hear you, Warren.
Yeah, what was, I don't know what that
So
was.
now we negotiated 6%,
Mm-hmm.
but now Tyann is going to split this with Alyssa because Alyssa's bringing the buyer. Tyann represents the seller, but Alyssa represents the buyer. So out of the 6% that Tyann negotiated, she's willing to give Alyssa 3%, and Tyann will take 3%. So that means Tyann will get $7,500, and Alyssa will get $7,500. That's $15,000. Is that okay? Is that a bad day's pay?
Mm-mm.
It's not a bad day's pay, right?
No.
But this is typical because Tyann found the seller, negotiated 6% with the seller, put the property in the MOS, and Alyssa, who had a buyer, brought the buyer to the property. They like it. They want to make an offer. So Alyssa and Tyann are now going to split this 6%, 3% to Tyann, 3% to Alyssa. Everybody understand that so far?
Yeah.
But we had a broker breakdown. Tyann is on an 80-20 split for Tyann, and Alyssa is on a 50-50 split. How much is Tyann getting out of the 7,500? How much is Alyssa getting out of the 7,500? So take the 7,500 and multiply it by 80%, and then take the 7,500 and multiply it by 50%. Tell me what we come up with.
The first one I got 6,000.
6,000.
Mm-hmm.
Tyann will get 6,000. Okay.
The second one is 3,750.
3,750.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Oh, you said 3? Oh.
That's will get 3,750. And Tyann's broker will get 1,500. Because 6,000 and 1,500, that's 7,500. 80-20. Tyann gets 80%, the broker gets 20%. Okay? But with Alyssa, she's 50-50. Alyssa gets 3,750. Her broker gets 3,750. This went a long way from $15,000 down to 7,500, down to 6,000 for one agent, down to 3,750 for another agent. It's a long way away, isn't it? If Tyann does 10 deals this year, Tyann will make $60,000. 10 deals, 6,000. If Alyssa does the same 10 deals, Alyssa will make $37,500.
Let's trade, Tyann.
See? See?
No.
Is that because of how just the contract or what the person agreed with?
It is because of what you negotiated with your broker, ladies and gentlemen. So
Isn't that what they call commission, Mr. Nelson?
It is. So we have a commission with the seller and a commission with the broker.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And so we had a 6% commission with the seller that was split 3% to Tyann and 3% to Alyssa.
Mm-hmm.
They're 7,500. They had a commission split with their broker. Tyann was on an 80-20 and Alyssa was on a 50-50. So yeah, it's commission all the way around. Commission from the seller, commission split, commission with the broker.
I have one question. So, do the broker, would they do that 80-20, like if they had like maybe 5 or 6 agents over them, like they would just keep that 80-20, or each individual agent would have their certain percentage that they would give the broker?
In tomorrow's class, the business class, we're actually going to do this to see
Oh.
But the broker's going to try to take advantage of you, a brand new agent. The broker's going to do their best they can to do 50-50.
I was moving towards 80-20.
Well, why would you be entitled to 80-20? This is top agents. And this is the
Oh.
best that you can make, in my humble opinion. Even 100%, where Tyann's getting 100% and the broker's getting nothing. So that means Tyann would have got 7,500 and the broker would have got nothing. Is this a better deal than the 6,000 and the broker getting 1,500? You would think it is, wouldn't you? But it's not. Because at 100%, Tyann has to pay a lot of expenses. At 80%, she doesn't have to pay those expenses. But at 100%, since the broker ain't getting nothing, there's going to be a lot of expenses that Tyann's going to have to pay in order to get 100%. And when she's done paying all these fees, it comes out to 80-20 any damn way. 80-20 is the best game in town. No matter how you look at it, when you do all your numbers, 80-20 is still the best game in town. But are you expected to start at 80-20?
No,
We'll
that's not.
talk about that
I would
tomorrow.
like to.
Yeah. And so I need to finish up the math right now. So now, here's what you're going to see. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll leave this up as a little bit of a cheat, right? Leave this up as a little bit of a cheat for you. And now you have a question that goes like this. The question,
Warren, I'm sorry. Do you mind turning off that one light? Because it puts a circle in the middle.
so the
Yeah,
question
that's good. Thank you.
is, Tyann is getting 60%, and Alyssa is now getting 40%. What is their commission? See if these guys can do this. The question is, Tyann's getting 60%, Alyssa's getting 40%. What's their commission? Make it a little easier, want to use the 6% again.
Oh.
As a cheat sheet. Commission. I want to know how much Alyssa is making in commission.
Would it be 45,000
For who?
for 60%?
45,000.
4,500.
That'd be a nice freaking commission.
4,500.
Why am I adding extra zeros?
I don't think your numbers are correct.
I'm adding extra zeros.
No, you know,
For if I'm not mistaken, her name is it
Tyann.
you see,
Tyann? Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
For
so Tyann.
for Tyann, it would be 9,000,
All right.
and for Alyssa, it would be 6,000.
Very, very good. So Tyann's getting 9,000, and Alyssa's getting 6,000. How did we come up? How did Malia come up with this number, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, see, I was doing a 3% split, like, and then doing the 60 and 40.
I don't know how she did it.
So it's
That's wrong. Yeah, so how you get it? I don't
250,000
know.
times the 6%, and then you take that 15,000 times.
1,000. The 6%, and out of the 15,000, Tyann's getting 9,000 of that 15,000, and Alyssa is getting 6,000. 9 plus 6, is that 15?
Yes.
There's your 15,000.
But what did you multiply? Like, did you multiply this? I got 7,500
by the 6.
Okay. So let me give you a little cheat here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take this away.
I think it'd be like I'd be lost when it's like a extra. I don't know. It's like a step that I'd be missing.
Single digits. Single digits. Sales price.
Yeah, I hope they give me like two problems, or I ain't gonna do too well.
Double.
Hope they give me two math problems.
Well, it's not. This is your money. It's too much
What
problems for you. Then
Mm-hmm.
what percentage is the math?
could be commission.
Because let me tell you.
Because this is your money, this is the client's money, and if this is too much for you, then maybe a paycheck that gives you a breakdown would be better. So, but this is the game. Single digits right here, ladies and gentlemen. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sales price. When we have single digits, we use the sales price. When we have double digits, 60, 40, we use the commission. Single digits, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we use the sales price. Double digits, 60, 40, double digits, we use the commission. Right? So there's a little cheat for you. So is an agent going to charge somebody 12%, 15% commission? They could, but I don't know too many agents that have that ability. Most real estate agents are going to charge anywhere from 4 to 8%. They're templated. 4%, 5%, 6%, 8%. So single digits are going to be based on the sales price. But double digits, 60%, 40%, 30%, 70%, it's going to be based on the commission. That's a cheat that I'm giving you right there. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. What's another way of doing 50-50? 50%, 50% on a 6% commission. 6%. 50-50. What's 50-50 of 6%?
Just divide it in half.
Yeah, so give me a number.
7,500.
No. 50-50 of the 6%. What's half of 6?
3.
Sorry, 3%.
3.
Okay. So that means 3%. 3% of the 6%. Commission 6%. And we're splitting the commission 50-50. That means one agent will get 3%. The other agent will get 3% of the 6%. See how they did that? We could have did 3%, 3%, but the question said 50% goes to one agent, 50% goes to another agent. So if the commission is 6%, double digits, we use the commission. 6% was half of 6, 3 and 3. 50-50. 3%, 3%. And of course, we know that that'd be 7,500, 7,500. This is how the exam's going to confuse you. They're going to try to confuse you with single digits, 3, 3, and double digits, 50-50. Exam's going to trick you here. So I need you to understand my cheat. Single digits, sales price, double digits, commission. Let me give you a question and show you what I mean. Right? And these questions are going to be very similar to what you have on your exam, ladies and gentlemen. So here's your question. Take a look at the question. And 53,500. Right? 53,500. And I want to know what 6% of that will be. So 153,500 times 6%, what does that come out to?
9,210.
$9,210 is 6%. If the one broker's getting 60%, what's the other one getting?
40.
40, right? Because it has to equal 100%. 100%. So the one's getting 60, and then the other one's getting 40%. So now, do this, ladies and gentlemen. What's the question? The question says, if it's 153,000 and the commission is 6%, $9,210. The selling broker received 60% and the listing broker received the balance. What was the listing broker's commission? So take this $9,210 and multiply it by the 40%.
$3,684.
So the answer would be B. Now, did you see 40%?
Mm-mm.
You needed to know that all roads lead to 100%. All roads lead to 100%. So if the one broker is getting 60, what's left of the 100%? 40. Lead to 100%. So the one broker is getting 60%, then the other broker would be getting 40%. And that's what you needed to know. Take the $9,210 commission, multiply it by the 40%. That would have gave us our answer. The answer would have been B. Well, let's test this theory out, shall we? Let's see if we can do this one, ladies and gentlemen. And you can understand that it's very simple math because the wording scrambles our head. So now, make sure that we understand the correct number. The sales price here is $329,985, not a typical number. $329,985. Better start with the right number so that we can do the equation. Will be our last one, ladies and gentlemen. So, just a minute. You can see that the broker gets a breakdown in this question as well. One answer so far. Well, let's figure this out. Still hear some of you use your calculator. Try to give you another minute. The sales price is $329,985, and what's the commission?
26,398.80.
How much is the commission in the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. 8%.
Okay. So take the 329,985 and multiply that by 8%. What is the commission? Let's start there. And now your answer would probably be the next correct. But let's make sure. 329, use your calculator. 985, multiply that by 8%. As Diane said, the commission would be $26,398.80. That's the commission. Okay? We got the first part figured out. The question says a salesperson took a listing on a house and sold for $329,985. The commission was 8%. We know the commission is $26,398.80. Another salesperson employed by another broker found a buyer. The listing broker received 60%. The listing broker, 60%. And the buyer broker received 40%. But look with the question. The question doesn't have anything to do with the 40%. So it says the listing broker received 60% of the commission on the sale, and the buyer broker received 40%. Goodbye, buyer broker. If the listing broker kept 30%, so first things first, ladies and gentlemen, what do we need to do? 26,398 times 60%. 26,398.80. Multiply that by 60%.
$15,839.28.
$15,839.28. That is the 60% of that commission. Remember, double digits based on commission. So 60%. It said that the broker kept 30% of this and gave the listing agent the rest. So if the broker got 30%, how much did the listing agent get?
70.
30%. So now take the 15,839.28 and multiply it by 70%. What's your answer?
B.
11,000
$11,087.50.
and 49 cents. But yeah, 50 cents, that's fine. We can do that. And so rounding it off, what's our answer? The answer is B.
A whole bunch of numbers.
Because we now know that the commission was 8%, 26,398. The question asked if the listing broker got 60%, what would that be? That would be 15,839.28. If the listing broker kept 30% and gave the listing agent the rest, how much would the listing agent get? So if the broker kept 30%, we now know that the agent's going to get 70%. So now we would take the 15,839, the 60% of that, multiply it by 70%, and we can see that the agent's going to get 11,000. But take the 15,839.28 and multiply it by 30%. $15,839.28. How much did the broker get?
4,751.78.
Got $4,751.94. That is correct. Because the broker got 30%. So we know how much the broker's getting. Question it was, how much is the agent who's getting the 70%? How much are they getting? So our answer would be B, using this mathematics. And as you can see, it's very simple. Sales price multiplied by the commission gives us 26,000. One agent's getting 60, the other one's getting 40. But the one that's getting 40 is not part of the question. So kick them to the side. We're back to the one that has 60 because the question is still about the 60. So the agent's getting 60% of this, that's 15,839. And if they give their broker 30%, how much do they get? That was the question right here. There's your answer. Knowing that if the broker's getting 30%, then the agent would be getting 70. And what's this called? This is called a 70-30 commission split. The agent gets 70%, the broker's getting 30.
I'm sorry, how do you get to 475 real quick? You subtract the 15 from the 70% to get to get to the
You multiply the 50.
4,751,000 or whatever.
Okay, so the question is, the listing broker received 60% of this commission. So we do that, we figured out that $329,985 times 8% commission is $26,398.80. And the question said that the listing broker got 60% of this. That 60% of the $26,398 comes out to $15,839.28. That's our question so far, right? The listing broker received 60% of the commission on the sale. The buyer broker received 40%. But the question didn't talk about the buyer broker anymore. The question get back to the listing broker, the 60. If the listing broker kept 30%, so the broker gets that, the question is, if the listing broker kept 30% and paid the listing salesperson the remainder, how much did the salesperson make? We now know that the broker's getting 30% of this 60%. So if the broker's getting 30, how much is the agent getting? They're getting 70%. So out of this 60% that the listing broker got, the agent got 70% and the broker got 30, 70-30 split.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. That's what the question was. We knew that the broker was getting 30. The question was, how much was the listing agent getting? You needed to know that this was 70-30. If the broker's getting 30, the listing agent's getting 70. All roads lead to 100%. And so if we would have done that math the way we saw it, we would have came up with the answer B. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you all these questions and then some, and the questions are going to have the formula, the answer. So you can literally see the question and the answer the way it's designed so that you can study it at home so that you have not only the question, but the answer and the formula for how we came up with the answers so that you can develop your own little technique on how it works best for you to come up with the answers. So I'm going to send that to you. Now, I'm also going to send you a copy of this video, but unfortunately, it's going to take several hours before I can download it to YouTube and have a link for you because I can't put a 4-hour video in an email. That won't work. So I got to take this 4-hour video, break it down to YouTube to a link, and then give you the link. So I'm going to give you the homework, no homework assignment. I'm going to give you all the answers, question and answers, and a copy of the video for today's class. And then I'd like to see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be the interesting class. Today was the boring class. We had to deal with math. But tomorrow's going to be very interesting. You're going to be starting out as a brand new real estate agent, ladies and gentlemen. And as a brand new real estate agent, you don't have a lot of money. So I'm going to show you how to start your business on a dime. I'm going to give you all my tips and tricks. I'm going to show you how to be rocketing your real estate business with very little money so that you can get started very, very quickly. And some of my agents forget this class, and I'll remind them in our classes that they should be doing these things. But this is what we're going to do tomorrow. I'm going to show you how to springboard your real estate business so that you can take off like a rocket, very little money out of your pocket. 2 classes tomorrow, the morning class 9 to 1 and the evening class 6 to 10. You're welcome to come to 1, both, none. It's up to you. I hope to see you tomorrow. That'll be it for tonight. Be safe, be healthy, be happy. God will. We'll see you, if not tomorrow, then in the near future. And stick around for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Warren.
Have a good day.
You're very
Thank you. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Have a good night.
It's a pleasure. It is my pleasure. You as well.
So I will not be in that class because I need to study because my test is at 9 in the morning on Friday.
Okay. And so, yep. So you have everything that you need to pass the exam. You heard me getting a little bit perturbed today, and it's only because I don't want my students quitting. Not easily anyway. So when you're saying I don't get it, I don't know, I can't do it, I think you give up a little bit too soon, too quickly. So that kind of upsets me a little bit. Put a lot of time and effort into you. So I know you guys know these answers. So I don't like it when you quit on me so quickly, so easy.
I'm just an overthinker, and math is not a great suit. I got the money one. It's fast, like you said, it's my money. I got that one extremely fast. Once the numbers start going all over the page, I'm like,
I get you. I get you. And that is that conditioning that you have to work that out and so forth. But again, as I said, you will. You have the capability of doing so. You will. And so I don't accept quitting as easily as you used to be able to do it. Not anymore. So you used to be able to quit very, very easily. Say, I can't do it. But I put too much time and effort in everybody for you to be allowed to do that now. Can't quit.
trust me, I'm going to take everything that you give me and have given me. I even created a whole little book for myself to study, and I'm going to go to work.
That's all I ask. Effort in, effort out. And so, yep, as long as you're not quitting on me so quickly, then you will be very successful.
No, after work, I'm just going to be cramming.
Very good. Excellent.
Thank you.
You'll be doing fine.
Good luck on your test.
Thank you. You'll be hearing from me, Warren, with my score, if anything,
Excellent. Tomorrow's going to be a very interesting class. Hopefully you can make it. If not, I'll be looking forward to hearing your success.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I've been looking at all the homework reviews and then going over all the sheets that he's like, these are important, like this will be on the test. So I started all them and all like I must have 100 pages of notes.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I literally type them all out and have them all. Yeah.
Yep. Uh-huh. Good luck.
The irony of irony is 80% of what you're going to be doing on the exam, you won't even need it for your real estate business, But yeah, you got to know it for the exam, The toughest part about being a lawyer is passing the bar exam. After that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So once you pass the exam, life gets easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Warren, I wanted to ask, I was overhearing one of the students saying that they were going to take their tests online. I didn't know that that was an eligibility for real estate agents.
No, it is. You don't know it because you haven't gotten my email yet. You still have to do that one exam. So you didn't get the email, but yes, just like we're doing right here, you can take the exam. It's called proctored. So a state officer will be monitoring you, and they need so many students at one time to do it. Otherwise, they might not approve your proctoring. They don't like to do one-on-one. So usually if they can do maybe 12 students who are all going to proctor at the same time, then they can usually find a state officer to monitor. But chances are when you schedule your proctored exam, you might get a last-minute notification email saying that we have not procured an officer to monitor you. Therefore, we have to reschedule your proctored exam. So yes, you can do it online, but they still need a state officer to monitor you to make sure that you're taking the exam. So yes, you
So
want
would I have to go through that like with where you said the proxy or something?
the proctor.
Yeah,
Yes.
the proctor. So that
And
would be like in the information from the link you would send us, correct?
that's exactly right. And then
Okay.
on that website, it'll give you a choice. Do you want to take it in person or do you want to do it proctored, which means online?
What do you prefer as a, a teacher?
But I think since you've been doing everything online, maybe it's best that you do it online. Maybe. Here's the problem that I worry about. If you do it in person, we could have a parking problem,
Yeah.
parking space. That's going to straggle you. You're running late. You're stressed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Things could accumulate. You're stuck in traffic. And so you could be pretty stressed out before you even get to the testing center.
Yeah.
And so it might be more relaxing for you if you can do it online, but it might be too relaxing. You got to be monitored. The inspector needs to see you. They need to be able to see your background and so forth. But it's up to you. Some would prefer to do it in person. Some would prefer proctored online. It's up to you. So I don't have a preference. If I did, I would probably do live streaming online. I never had that choice in my day.
Yeah, I definitely was thinking about doing it online because I felt like that would be so much better for me just because of the, transportation I got like to go to the testing. And that was my issue before when I was in class. I always had issues with like transportation and like to do the test. And I'm like, dang, like I wish they could do it online. And this was in 2021. Were they doing it back then?
No, they
Because it
didn't
was,
start it until the pandemic.
I was about to say, okay. Because I was about to say, I know they did not have that back then.
Nope, they didn't have
Okay.
it in my
Well, I'm
state.
definitely gonna try to do that online, as we get to that point.
And that's why it's important that you understand how to pass my class exams because my class exams are proctored.
Yeah.
So if you have any problems with my class exam, then you're going to have a problem with the state exam.
Okay. Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm. And
All
so
right. Thank you so much,
remember
Mr.
the best is the way
Nelson.
I do. You're very welcome.
Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow in class.
Yo, you as well. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye now. Gentlemen, any questions or comments? If there are no questions or comments, I'm going to log off. All right. Enjoy your evening.